enforcement agencies, regulators, and private sector organizations. Her work spans fraud investigations, scam intelligence, asset tracing, and blockchain based financial crime analysis. Beyond investigations, she plays a strategic role in capacity building, advisory, and compliance transformation, where she trains law enforcement agencies and compliance professionals on crypto-related financial creative methodologies, advises cryptocurrency exchanges, Web3 startups, and virtual asset services, and virtual asset service providers (VASPS) on AML compliance, KYC and CDD frameworks, and transaction monitoring systems. Organizations strengthen internal controls and align with evolving regulatory expectations. Choma is also a cybersecurity professional and GRC engineering scholar at the ICDFA, further expanding her expertise into governance, risk, and compliance GRC within digital and financial systems. She is a registered blockchain educator with the International Council of Registered Blockchain Professionals and holds a Collegiate of Science in Blockchain Studies from Althoff University. She also holds a master's degree in blockchain and digital currencies from the University of Nicosia. Widely regarded as a leading voice in blockchain forensics, crypto compliance, and financial crime prevention, Chioma continues to shape how institutions across Africa detect, investigate, and mitigate risks within the evolving digital assets ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, Chioma Onyekelu.
Okay, thank you very, very much. Let's celebrate her. Chioma, you have the floor. Over to you.
Thanks so much, sir. Good morning, distinguished members of the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners. Permit me to actually share my screen. Okay, so I've requested for sharing, please. Okay. Okay. My name is Shoma Onekalo, and I'll be presenting this paper on digital identity, inclusion, and fraud, the new frontier of trust, on behalf of our senior partner, Mr. Adedeji Owenibi. So I'll try not to be very technical so that we would all understand. And just like the president had mentioned, I will also try to introduce some form of engagement within the session. So before we proceed, I would like us to scan the barcode on the screen. Please confirm that you can also see the barcode so that you can also scan the barcode. Do not worry, it's not a malicious barcode. It's just a platform that will enable you to participate in the engagement we are going to be having now. So while I continue to explain the table of content,
we can see your slide.
just start. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can see your slide. We can hear you. Please go ahead. Yes, we can see the code as well.
All right. Thank you. So while we wait for people to scan it, so I will take us from part one of this section, bridging the gap. Okay, most of us are in the traditional finance world, but there's this thin line, there's a bridge connecting the traditional finance to the Web3. And it's very essential for us as modern fraud examiners. You don't want to be left behind. You don't want the Gen Zs to come and take your place. I'm sure you don't want that. And then the part two is the anatomy of digital identity fraud. We'll look at some case studies. I love to look at case studies because as investigators, it's quite unfortunate that our jobs are reactive. What does it mean? If the victim can just walk up to me, emotional, crying, oh, I've just lost my crypto, it's my life savings, how do I recover that? Most of them come with urgency. It just happened now. Can you please do something about it? And the hard reality is that you cannot do anything because you just have to follow the trail. You have to monitor what the bad actors have been moving, how they move the money. All right. So look at some case studies. It's good to learn from other people's experience so that you also know how to put your controls in place. And then we'll look at the typologies, the red flags, and detection frameworks. So I'll just proceed. So after this session, you should be able to identify how nation state actors, in fact, organized crimes are at the top of the day. All right, you should be able to identify how they exploit digital identity gaps. We've done a lot of discussions, even from the beginning of this session, on what digital identity is, virtual asset service providers. And you'll be able to distinguish the social engineering, supply chain compromise. Don't worry, I'll explain these and all. And also apply structured red flag frameworks to real world scenarios. A lot is happening in our ecosystem, and I'm sure most of us are not yet aware, but that's the beauty of this particular session. And then how you can design detection and response strategies for institutions, and also evaluate the civil, regulatory, and reputational implications of third-party identity failures. I have to stress these third-party identity failures because that's the major risk that we are seeing at the moment. All right, so the intersection of digital identity, inclusion, and fraud, it has reached a very critical inflection point where we need to all come together. All right. The fraudsters that we are fighting, they are no longer coming as they're teaming up. All right. They are building that they just consider today and they strike. They take a long time to actually know who you are and know how to actually attack you. So let's start with the part one, which is bridging the gap, essential Web3 terminologies for us as modern fraud examiners. The first one is the digital ledger, which you must have heard about before now, blockchain. Like I said, my job here today is to make it easy for you to understand so that we can understand the case studies that will come afterwards. Now, blockchain is just a public ledger, a database, in as much as we can have different types of blockchain technologies like the public, the private, the hybrid, and the consortium. But let's just limit it to the public one. Imagine an Excel sheet. I'm sure most of us have Excel sheets. You know how it's being used. A lot of people can be editors, some people can be viewers, some people can be commenters. All right. That's how it is public. If you Google something like blockchain, BLOCKCHAIR, you'll see a lot of transactions that are happening on different blockchain networks. So each blockchain network have an explorer that you can go and see what is happening. As the funds are moving from one wallet to another, you are seeing it. The only thing you are not seeing is who owns that wallet. So let's go back to mainnet and testnet. This is like what we already know, where in the mainnet you have the actual activities happening. But the testnet is like a pre or a sandbox where you just test and then before you push to production. And then we have smart contracts. Smart contracts are programmable code. You want this to happen, and then you code it. If this logic happens, let this happen. Now, bad actors are now actually leveraging it because it's just a technology. It's how you use it, whether you use it for good or for bad. And one good thing, or one thing you should note before I also proceed, is that these codes can have bugs in them. So if you don't perform what we call smart contract audits to see these bugs, the bad actors can exploit them before you do. Now let's leave the infrastructure layer and come over to the players, which is where we're talking about identity. Now, when you speak about identity in the crypto space, you're talking about your keys, your wallet addresses. Now, let's talk about cryptocurrency wallet. I don't want to go too technical, but let's see it as the normal fintech wallet you have on your phone from different banks or different fintech applications. But this time around, it has two keys. The keys are the public key and the private key. From the name, you should know what to do with them. The public key is used to generate your wallet address. And now your wallet address is your bank account. So your public key generates your wallet address, but you cannot reverse that particular order. You can't use your wallet address to generate public key. It goes just one way. Now that your wallet address is what you give to people. Let's say I perform a service for you, or I want to maybe pay my school fees in Bitcoin, right? They'll give me their wallet address. That's like their public key, and I'll pay. Okay, but they can never give me their private key. So you do not give people your private key. But because if someone else has your private key, that means the person can equally access your what's it called, your wallet. So your wallet can be running on different infrastructure or different devices at the same time. So far, you have the private key. Now, coming down to types of wallets, we have custodial and non-custodial. One thing about this crypto space is that you can be your own bank. Nobody cares. You can decide. I don't want to deal with the traditional finance. I can manage my funds. There's a risk to it. So some people can manage their funds and they lose it. They come crying. It's not possible to help them. Now, if you are managing other people's funds, like a bank, right, that is custodial. So you could have the likes of maybe exchanges, right, managing people's funds. And it's not like you're holding the money, you're managing the private key. That's another lesson. Now, the non custodial is people like maybe people like us that want to be our own banks, right? You don't give people your private key. Now, definitely cryptocurrencies are the money that is now backed by cryptography on the blockchain technology. Now, let's look at the movement before we conclude this particular section, right? So, we have what we call centralized exchanges. Decentralized exchanges like the Bybit or the Binance, right? They are like your banks. So, people go there, trust them with their money, do some form of trades, all right? Buy and sell and every other form. They do KYC. Everything you can think of that happens in traditional finance, it happens there. Traditional monitoring, reporting of suspicious activities, everything happens with centralized exchanges. The compliance ones will comply. Now we have the decentralized exchanges. Now, if for instance I have my Bitcoin in my wallet and I want to trade it for maybe Ethereum or any other cryptocurrency asset, I must not go to a centralized exchange. I can decide to go to a decentralized exchange platform. I will just swap my token. All right. Why? Because another business model exists where people that have plenty money, the investors, the big guys, right? They can just go to the pool, provide those two assets in equal pair. So I can come and swap it. My transaction fee goes to them as incentives as liquidity providers. There are risks to it because if a hacker comes to that pool and finds a way inside that pool, they can drain the liquidity. All right. So that's how decentralized exchanges work. And when we talk about decentralized finance, it's just like an umbrella name that covers activities that happens in this world, right? Instead of the way we have traditional finance, we have decentralized finance. So you talk about lending, borrowing, trading, just like what banks would do, but this time around without the traditional banks. And it's a high risk area for smart contract exploits. Recall that I mentioned that this smart contract can come with bugs that if you do not audit them, the bad actors will find those loopholes and use them against you. Now, bridges are very important. When we talk about blockchain technology, we have different types. We have different types of network. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Tron, Binance Smart Chain. I've called for now. Now, for me to transfer maybe a token on Ethereum blockchain, I have to ask you for your wallet address on Ethereum blockchain. I cannot ask you for your wallet address on Tron blockchain. If I do, that money is lost. So we have to be in the same network. Just like if I want to do a transaction in a particular bank in Nigeria, maybe First Bank or Sterling Bank, I have to do it in that bank. But by the time you want to cross to another bank, you want to cross to another blockchain network, you will now have what to apply what's called bridges. So bridges are now crossing or helping you to move assets from one platform or one blockchain network to another. Now that bridge is also an attack point. The attackers can just be there sitting and waiting for you to move your money. And as you're moving your money, they will grab it, right? So that's practically what happens when bridges are attacked. Now we have mixers and tumblers. Most of us have heard about how the bad actors try to obfuscate transactions. They try to make it complicated. Example, Tornado Cash, right? That's a popular example of a mixer. So what they do, they scramble the trail of funds. So when we are doing that, when we are doing investigation, it becomes highly difficult to do the tracing because you don't know where the particular funds are now coming from. That is the extra, the outbound becomes like clean money in quotes. So at this point, let's look at some key data and some statistics. In fact, people are losing money actually. You could see the data on the screen. US cyber-enabled fraud in 2025, $27 billion. FTC, consumer fraud, recorded very high incidents, and then crypto stolen via hacks. As at last year, we had 255 incidents, $4.04 billion. Out of it, the DPRK, that's the Lazarus Group, they had $2.02 billion, and that's like 51% year of year, like 51% of what increments in what happened last year. All right. Then we have the Bybit exploit, which is the largest crypto theft ever. We'll look at what happened in their case and learn from it. And then we have the few ones that are coming up this month alone. This year alone, we've had them. All right. The Drift Protocol. We would also look at them. Now, there are things that you need to understand as a modern fraud examiner. Of course, this is fraud attacks that we're talking about. We are having fewer attacks and greater damage. Okay, so the crypto hacks fell from what it used to be 265 incident to 255 in 2025, but the value was much. What was lost was much. Something I want us to take now at this moment is that cross-chain bridges are now replacing mixers for laundering. Before now, it used to be, the mixers, even OFAC came in, sanctioned some mixers and all that. But the trend is shifting to those bridges. Remember how I explained bridge to you? The attackers will be waiting in the middle, and if there's a loophole, they will take your money. So those cross-chain bridges are now what? Because the moment you're stealing maybe an asset in one form, and you're immediately transforming it to another form, you have made investigation very difficult at that point, right? So that's what they are trying to now use at the moment. So cross-chain bridges are replacing mixers. Not that mixers do not exist again, but it's now higher. Social engineering is replacing code exploits. Yes, code exploits are happening where they can actually come to your code, get the bugs there, and exploit it. But when you look at the Bybit case and the Drift case, they exploited human beings. They exploited the tools that developers were using. They exploited the governance processes that was embedded in those exchanges and protocols. So we need to treat human identity and the relationship building processes as the primary attack surface. Now, we don't want to talk more about the Lazarus Group because we'll look at look at how they are trying to, in fact, their typology is already studied and we have to also know about it. All right, so we have an interactive activity. At this point, please go back to your phone for what you have actually. So you should see a question now. I'm trying to. Okay, so which laundry method has replaced crypto mixers as the dominant tool for moving stolen funds following a major exploit? Is it conversion to USDT via centralized exchanges? Okay, I'm seeing 5 responses already. Please, if you've not joined, you could also try to join now. It's not late. And just type in the code on menti.com and let's proceed. So I'll give more time now so that we'll make sure that people are following. Okay, good. 6, thank you. I believe we would already know. So in case you're still, I don't want anybody, I want to carry everybody along. In case you're still figuring things out, it's unfortunate I'm delivering this online, but I believe before we end, we must have joined, okay? It's not too late to join. All right, so 4 people answered cross-chain bridges, which handled approximately 50% of all stolen funds in 2025, more than 3 times the volume of mixers. That's awesome, fantastic. Thank you. So I will go back to this slide now. So if you got it, a round of applause for you. Congratulations. So we'll move over to the part 2, the anatomy of digital identity fraud. Now, digital identity in the financial ecosystem is more beyond a username and password. Come on, that's like baby talk, okay? We're now talking about cryptographic credentials, developer identities, institutional identities, constructed personas, and on-chain identity signals. Now, of course, as fraud examiners, we can even define what digital identity fraud is. And synthetic identity fraud is when you are now combining real life personas with fake ones. The presenter spoke about deepfake, right? This is what you get under an example of synthetic identity fraud. Now, I believe you can see my screen just to buttress that we are no longer talking about just username and password. We're talking about cryptographic credentials, seed phrases. Recall what I mentioned about your private key being private and your digital signatures. We're talking about developer identities, GitHub. A lot of people are now, the attackers are now coming to those libraries. We have what we call the NPM account details, credentials. So it's like a library where the developers come to pick what they need to now use to build what they're building. So in the Axiom attack, that pool, that library was infested. That was actually what happened. So you could imagine you went to buy bottled water and it's not your fault. You don't know what they've used it. But immediately you tilted or you opened the cap, the water got poisoned. That was what happened in that case. So that's actually what is happening now. Institutional identities, right? People are not actually taking third-party interactions very serious. And we have people are creating personas. You go to social media to see professionals. You don't know that all of them are fake. They have studied you. They have actually now created something that looks real. Now, the trust stack is where identity failure occurs. The human identity, what we know before, KYC documents, credentials, face-to-face interactions for banks, right? All right. But now it can be exploited, constructing personas, third-party proxies, deep fakes. The next one is software identity. You can recognize someone through their software, their GitHub repos, right? NPM packages. Now, the social engineering is now attacking developers to publish malicious versions. The next one is interface identity. The interface, like UI, UX, what you see on the website, on the interface. So elements that you trust that they're actually showing you correct transaction details. You don't know that they've injected JavaScript to display false destinations while you're seeing it as something good, but where it is going to is not where it's supposed to go to. Now we have the Oracle identity. I didn't explain Oracle. So Oracle in crypto, just like the name Oracle, is where you get information, price feeds from, right? So let's say a betting site, and you are working on a project that needs to get price from an outside source. The Oracle will go and bring it and you implement it. Now, governance identity. In the crypto world, wallets, just like I mentioned how wallets work. Now, imagine ACFE, you want to start collecting crypto from people as their payment, right? And you have a wallet. It's not just one person that should have the key. That's not a governance control. So we have what we call multi-sig wallets, where like maybe 3 people can have the key, maybe when 2 people sign, the transaction goes, something like that. So in a case which we will also see, they actually tricked them to pre-sign some transactions and then they removed the time lock. And then that was how that hack happened. So now let's study the DPRK. That's the largest group operational playbook. It has been repeated times without number. So it's known. The phase 1 is that they will target their victim, right? They will do weeks of months of research. These people are their IQ is high, right? They will identify high value targets with significant assets in their wallet. Now, if I have your wallet address, because that is what you use to make payments, that's what you use to do transactions. If somebody gets to it, person can see the transactions you've had, maybe the volume, right? And what you have there. So they will do their research, in-depth research on your organizational structure. Who are the MDs? Who are the developers? Who are the marketers in that entity? They will study the tools you are using, the third-party signers you are using. They will study it and they will analyze your fund transfer. Maybe you do transactions in the morning or you do transactions at a particular time. They will analyze all of them. Do you know what they will do next? They will come up with an identity construction and approach. They will construct somebody that looks exactly with good employment histories, good credentials that you can go to internet and you see them. Then they'll approach their targets. They can approach you at conferences. They can approach you on Telegram, on LinkedIn, on Slack. Sometimes they decide to even do recruitment and it's fake. And then the next one, they will now start checking what you do with your third parties. They will now come, build trust, assess your environment, okay, and they can even go as far as depositing real capital. They want to be investors. They'll say, oh, we're supporting your business. And you'll be happy to collect money. We're supporting your business with this. They will invest. Maybe they will invest 0.5% of what they will actually get from you. They will complete onboarding, do your KYB, no problem. You will verify all the verifiables. And then you have a teammate, you have partners, and then they deliver malware in a shared repo. Because when you're working, you're using GitHub, you're sharing your repos, and deploy maybe test flight apps or fake assessment. Before you know it, you people are friends already. You people know yourself, all right? They make you to take away the governance controls you have. They will tell you, remove it. We're testing something, it's not working again. Check your side, it's not working. Is it that is making it not to work? Can you please remove it? Let's try it and see if it will work. Everything is fake, right? And before you know it, once that is removed, they plan the attack. They drain all the mechanism in place. That was what happened to Drift. That was also what happened in the case of Bybit. And then immediately they'll start laundering the funds. All right, they'll start moving it cross-chain through bridges, mixers, and before you know it, they convert it maybe back to Bitcoin or any other maybe stable coin, and then they cash out and buy nuclear weapons and all that. Now let's look at some case studies and real-world incidents that has happened between last year and this year. Now you can see this guy on the screen, like you can see with his new face, right? He's a bad guy. He's a hacker. And from the screen, you can see stolen AWS session tokens. For those of us that know about that, Safe Wallet is like a third-party tool that the Bybit used. Remember, I said we have non-custodial wallets. You can go download it. All right, you don't have any business with them. Just download it, use the tool. But the problem now is that because you're using it for institutional purpose, this case have taught us that it is also okay to go as far as knowing those people and being able to work with them to make sure that they always try to protect that infrastructure. I think that was a mistake these people also made. So they spearfished the developer. Now let's explain what happened. Last year, 2025 February, the wallet developer of Safe Wallet was spearfished, right? And then they stole the AWS Sessions token and bypassed MFA. Now, because they have studied Bybit, right? So when Bybit staff went to sign a transaction on another tool that they're using to save their money, it's another software they're using to save their money, right? They want to sign because they've injected a malicious JavaScript. He didn't see it on the UI. He didn't see it on the interface. And that was how he signed a fraudulent transaction, and 1.5 billion dollar worth of Ethereum was redirected to the attacker's wallet. Guess what they did afterwards? Bridge it, mix it, launder it, and all what's made. So it still goes back to what we have explained before. The software identity failed, right? They actually compromised it. Third-party risk failure. You're using a third-party tool and you don't have contracts in place and you don't have you don't make sure that they actually maybe pen test their platforms or audit their platforms. And then you can see that the interface was actually manipulated. So identity is not a single token, it's the integrity of the entire trust stack. Then 5 key lessons for us as fraud examiners: treat open source third-party tools, like I've explained, as an attack surface. All right. If you don't have a formal relationship, vendor relationship with them, it does not reduce the risk. Multi-factor authenticators can be circumvented through session token theft, like what happened. Cross-chain bridging activity. Let's say you are using blockchain to real time. It's a red flag that you should watch out for. Multi-sig controls are also as strong as the interface, right? And all. Now, the second one is the second interactive activity. I'm trying to be faster. Okay, sorry. So we'll go to the next one. Okay. In the Bybit hack, what was the primary mechanism that allowed attackers to bypass multi-sig security? We just explained it now. Did they exploit a vulnerability in the Bybit smart contract code? Did they compromise a third-party developer's machine and inject a malicious JavaScript? Did they use brute force? Nobody's responding. Are we having challenges, please? Oh, that's interesting. Nobody's responding. Okay, because that would be. Or do we have challenges so that I will know if it's coming from my own end? So we don't spend time here. Okay. We'll have to learn this technology by force because if not, we'll be displaced. It's quite critical at this point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So it's quite critical. All right, it's quite critical at this point that we all try to engage. Okay, so let me go back to the slide and continue. Okay. So in the Bybit hack, what was the primary mechanism that allowed attackers to bypass the multi-sig control? So the correct answer is B, which is they compromised a third-party developer's machine, right? It was a third party, and injected malicious JavaScript into the signing interface, and then made a fraudulent transaction appear legitimate to the signers. So let's look at the drift protocol. Now look at them, looking so handsome. They came to a conference, right? A conference like this. They exchanged contact, and before you know, that was the beginning of the whole journey. So the initial contact was last year for 2025, and then it was at a conference. They spoke fluently. They had verifiable backgrounds. They even established Telegram group, started building trust between October to this year, January. They even deposited $1 million of their capital. They want to support the system. They are good guys, right? And then they completed the onboarding. They did some working sessions and all that. In fact, it was now very difficult to distinguish them from the legitimate counterparty that Drift had. Now, they actually compromised, from February to March, they compromised their device, delivered a malicious malware through a test flight app, and then before you know it, before then, they already pre-signed some transactions. And before you know it, they removed the time lock, like I explained when I was explaining. And then they executed on April 1. When we heard the news, we thought it was another classical April Fool. So we thought it was, so we saw it was real this time around. So $285 million was drained in 12 minutes. And definitely, they breached the funds within hours. And this is just like explaining it further. So you could see the ecosystem onboarding, they weren't even differentiating between the bad guys again. And at this point, they were trying to remove the time lock, then raise withdrawal limits, and that was how they succeeded. So the next activity, the Drift protocol attackers deposited over $1 million of their own capital before executing the exploit. So from our perspective, this indicates is a large deposit, be a reliable signal of legitimate intent and should reduce due diligence requirements, or that the attack was opportunistic financial commitment can itself be part of a deliberate deception, or that the attackers intended to recover their own funds after the exploit was executed. So this is just a calculated investment in the deception. So let's be careful when we take investments from people that want to invest, actually. The next one is if your compliance team identifies a new institutional counterparty, right? You met team members at conferences over some months, they made some deposits, and they're requesting for you to share your GitHub repo so that you can do some building together. please, it is advised to conduct enhanced due diligence, right? So that you don't fall victim, because this is a long-term method that they are using. Now we'll go over to the Axios NPM compromise. This is the case I mentioned about injecting malware into the JavaScript libraries, and then they actually social engineered the maintenance credentials over weeks via Telegram, via LinkedIn, and via Slack. And before you know it, they deployed a remote access Trojan into their machines, even Mac OS and Windows. And before you know it, people's API keys, people's private keys, people's GitHub tokens were actually compromised. So our dependency on open source, there when we build, we'll be like, these are open source. Hello? I can't hear you. Hello? I can see you on the screen. I can see you. Can you? Is there a problem? Okay.
Hello.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear
Please,
you
we
now.
need your slide to come up.
I
Please
should.
share your slide. Your slide. We notice you stop sharing. Okay, please reshare it. Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Let me try that. Thank you, sir. Okay, this is where I was. Can you see the screen now? Is it visible now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Thank you so much for calling that to my attention. Okay, so let's continue. I was talking about the Axios NPM compromise that happened that first March. So all these things, you can easily write them down, read more about them. It's on the internet. Now, I want to bring us to our notice of the pig butchering scam. It's actually very interesting. We have one Erin West. He works with the FBI. I think she has stopped working there, but she's she's the person, the founder of Operation Shamrock. So I think sometime last 2 years, she went to Cambodia and she was able to identify where these people stay to create fake identities, right? To go on the internet and deceive people and build relationship with them, 2 to 8 weeks, friendship and all that. And before you know it, they start fattening. Like fattening means they'll be giving you early profits. You'll be happy, you'll be jumping. You don't know that they're about to slaughter you. And before you know it, they slaughter the victims. And before you know it, they disappear. And the group has been identified as the Queen group. But something happened, I think last week or last 2 weeks, no, last week, she made an update again that even when we had thought that building, because it was an entire building, that entire building has been dismantled, that we have won the fight. Eventually, when she went back again, the video is on YouTube. You can also watch it. She found out that they have moved, they have improved. They've taken over a whole city. So you can imagine the whole of Lagos now being these people's group. How do you fight them? Just you. In fact, this reminds me the case of the CBEX that happened in Nigeria when victims were coming to me. I already knew, right? All I did was to just do the normal investigation and just publish. But I already knew that there's nothing just me or my team at A&D Forensics could do. Even our law enforcement alone cannot do it. It's a global fight. All right. So these are the reasons why we need more people. We need more hands. We need fraud examiners to level up, to skill up, so that we can fight this fight. It's not a simple thing. Okay. So if, for instance, a retail customer, right? Most of us deal with customers report that after 4 weeks of online communication, although most of them that are victims usually do not even communicate, right? Because they are very embarrassed of what they have done online. So they tell you they were introduced to a cryptocurrency investment platform, experience early gains, just like what we see, right? People will cash out, the early people will cash out. And now they're telling them, before you now withdraw your money, you have to pay tax. Maybe it's $5,000. Now, how do you classify this fraud? Do you say it's a raffle? Do you say it's a pig butchery scam? Do you say it's an authorized push payment fraud? Or do you say it's platform phishing? Right? I don't know. I would wish that I'm getting responses, but because of time, I'll just try to be faster. So apparently, it's a pig butchery scam, right? It's a pig butchery scam. That tax that they're talking about is just a secondary fraud layer that will just disguise or just make you confused, right? So it's a pig butchery scam. So we can read more about that and advise that should not pay any fee, preserve all communications, transaction record, platform screenshots, file a complaint with SEC Nigeria, report to Nigeria, NFIU. So something is happening currently in the Nigerian ecosystem. We have this group called the Bytes to Bridge group. I don't know if you've read about them, but it's something that everybody should put on their radar moving forward. As fraud examiners, it's very unfortunate that our roles are more reactive, but we can also be proactive by the time we do thematic investigations on our systems, check out for controls, and make sure our controls are modified to limit victims from our platforms or our ecosystem. So we had what happened on between 18th March to 1st April. So there was this unpatched CVE. So CVEs are like vulnerabilities that have been identified. The controls have been put in place. So what you just need to do is get your cybersecurity team to make sure that they have passed it up to the control, just like updates to people that are building in the space. So this CVE was not passed on Sterling Bank's sandbox environment. Now, that is why I also brought out the issue of test environment, disregarded it, or maybe it was an oversight. They connected it to a pilot server that got connected to the internet. Because when you're doing testing in cybersecurity, you have to be very careful. You have to be in a controlled environment. So they connected to that, and that was how the attacker was able to come in through that vulnerability. Okay, they were able to harvest keys. In fact, if you read about it, it was more of them coming in, and our systems in Nigeria is lateral. Like from here, you can move to another place. You can move to another person's interface. You will just be walking around, be checking around what they have done in their platform and their ecosystem. Take them what you can. And the bad thing about it that it was unnoticed till the attackers published about it or spoke about it. So customer records were taken, right? Staff records. And because of this, that's why third-party due diligence is very important. Cardinal Stone, one of the investors' data, was also taken. And another thing that also happened was that through them, they infiltrated Remita. We know Remita, that the government used for funds, right? Through them, they infiltrated Remita, went into their JIT repo. Remember when I talk about identity, how do we know Remita online in the technical world? Is through their JIT repo, right? They had coded AWS keys, the Azure AD secrets, DB credentials, everything you can think about their identity in the technical world. They were able to get to it. And just yesterday, I've read about the one for the CSC, right? In as much as the Bytes to Bridge people have tried to clarify through questions that they've answered that the attacks, the one of Sterling Bank affected Remita, affected Cardinal Stone data, and I think there's another third one, but they are still the ones responsible for that of CSC. So currently they have explained that of how that of CSC happened. When we get to, so they were able to come into the CSC platform through the identity of a staff. So they were able to hack it. It's more like identity theft, right? There was a the way you have I'm trying to not to be too technical. The way you have address or strings of how to maybe a repository that teaches you how to maybe read the codes. So there was an oversight in the last line where they said you have to use the user ID and complete that before you can go inside. So the attacker now had to use force, try, and one error that they made was user IDs were sequential. So if I'm user ID 101, the next one will be 102, the next one will be 103. Brute forcing will be now. So they were trying 101, 102, 103 until they got a valid user ID. That happened to be, the name was published, Ibrahim was the first name. So they now used that ID to enter the platform. And they got hold of the admin console. So another challenge is that the admin interface is seen on the internet, right? Which is a very bad habit for cybersecurity hygiene. That should not be the case. So that was very easy. Even if the interface was not there, they would still go in, but maybe through the technical aspect. But here it was like on the interface. So they went in and they now try to create a user, an ID user with their name, right? Which they did, and now gave access to that their ID to be a high level access, like 440 access. Like you understand access control. You understand that some people have higher access and all that. So that was what they did, and they were able to get people's data. So right now, people's data in their hands. They confirmed they were not tampered with, right? But during the conversation, they also confirmed that these people were actually contacted. That was telling they contacted. Pastor was even doing negotiations. That of Remita they contacted, but Remita did not respond. CAC did not respond, and we've seen the public what's it called the public statement from CAC. So it is very important that we know that the bad side of it is that these people's data that are in their hands, they can decide to do more with it, whatever they decide to do. But about linking it to identity, imagine people's identity now synthetically created. You now create a persona with it. Are you trying to verify somebody's records? You trying to verify the UBOs in CSC data registry? You don't know that you are verifying fake because they go as far as infiltrating the records and making all that. So the take home for us is to make sure that we optimize our control system, bearing this in mind, and wait until the CSC is able to give us in-depth oversight on what has happened, and we can also trust the integrity of their records moving forward. So that's like a take home for us. So let's just quickly look at some typologies, red flags, and detection frameworks. Just from what we've studied so far, we've looked at many case studies. We've identified and we have agreed and we have reached the conclusion that long conversation identity infiltration is very paramount, which is a critical case, right? Months of personal reconstruction at conferences and all that. The next one is developer supply chain weaponization. They can compromise your CI/CD pipelines and the packages you use to build, right? The next one, so the control for this is that we shouldn't have auto install of updates happening. So just know the version you're working with before you auto update or update the version. Be sure it is clear from all form of malware. The next one is Oracle and governance manipulation. I spoke about governance where they can tell you to remove time locks. The simple control you have managed to put, they will still deceive you to remove it. Very bad. Then the next one is UI interface manipulation, where they inject malicious codes, but then you're not seeing it because you're just working on the interface. Oh, this app is fine. Let me sign this transaction. You don't know what you're signing. And the next one is AI enhanced social engineering, creating deepfake videos and all. I've explained cross-chain bridging, right? That's high. Pre-botching, which is what I've explained as well, still very high. Authorized push payment app fraud, where victims are manipulated. It's not their fault, but they manipulate them into transferring funds to these fraudsters. And I can't speak about investigation without talking about compliance as well. So as red flags for people in the vast for crypto exchanges, we have to note these large outflows to cross-chain bridges within 48 hours. In fact, one good thing about blockchain investigation is that when there's a hack, right, that's one good thing about the crypto world. You will know. It's just like the hyperbridge one that is happening now. There's a hack. There was a hack on April 1st, the hyperbridge attack, hyperbridge, right? And what happened was that they were able to steal Polkadot. They stole a lot of Polkadot that when they were now bridging it into Ethereum, right? The value now became lesser. So let's say they stole $1,000. Now the value eventually after they have bridged to Ethereum became like $200,000, right? But then, as of yesterday, they made an update again. You can go to their Twitter page. And in fact, the way they are handling the whole issue is very funny. People are blasting them. Like, is this how you tell your victims, sorry, or stuff like that? So they now said that, oh, the numbers have increased, their loss have increased. How did their loss increase? Their loss increased because people were now arbitraging. We have what we call arbitrage in trading. People were now converting their tokens into Polkadot higher, right? So because the pool has been tampered with, so the prices are no longer even. So, and they're now saying, oh, you people should return the funds. We'll use the law enforcement on you. Very interesting updates happening on the Twitter space about this case. So it's really, really interesting that in the crypto space, when things happen like this and you put your ear down, you will know what happened and how it happened and prevent your own system. All right. So for the developers, I've explained it. Make sure your package versions are not up to updating, right? Review them. Supply chain, all right. Everything that has to do with the developers. Now let's go over to the fintechs and the VAS. Make sure some red flags, because right now that's some data out there. You could see maybe recently opened fintech accounts or SIM swap, recently swap, opening accounts at the same time. So this can be like a guide for you to now develop what will be moving forward in your control, in your place of work, right? Now, like I said earlier, our jobs are investigative, right? So let's say you were the third examiner sitting in an entity that has been compromised. How do you handle that? How do you ask questions? Because I could just be around and they'll be like, oh, this just happened. What happened? You need to ask questions. Identity verification. Did you verify the identity? So it's beyond just knowing them, meeting them. Did you cross-reference those data against personal database that is very, very familiar with the DPRK that we have studied now? How was the relationship timeline? When did you begin? All right. How did they escalate requests? Because some new partners, when they come to you, you will notice that they are very persisting. Please, let's do this. We need to move fast and all that. What systems? When you talk about technical access audit, what system did the suspect access? All right. The shared repos. Did you do device forensics on the machines? Now you look at the on-chain fraud tracing. That one is very easy using Explorer tools and all that, and see how they are moving. Did they bridge it immediately? All right, within 24 to 48 hours. Did they use mixers within the 48 hours? Did you notify blockchain intelligence providers like Chainalysis, Blockchain Intelligence Group, which we are also partners with? And what about the governance and protocol of review? Right? Did they tell people to remove the sign-in there so that they can do a lot of things? So third-party supply chain, regulatory and reporting. Do you need to report that? And there are some immediate actions, some phase 2 investigative actions, and the regulatory notification that will happen. Have you been, you are still in that position, right? So of course, you suspend transactions immediately, revoke all the active API keys, notify blockchain intelligence service provider. So the reason is this: once you notify the likes of Chainalysis, Blockchain Intelligence Group, CRM Labs, Elliptic, and provide the wallet address, they will be able to flag it. So you, as maybe a private investigator or any other investigative firm, you just log into your tool and you see how the funds are moving because they have now been tagged. So instead of just seeing them as regular wallet address, you now be seeing them like maybe Bybit hack and all that. So it's easy for you to follow the trail. And most of the time, they still find a way to convert the funds. Remember, even when cross-chain bridges happen, we also have what we call cross-chain investigation. So we do that with tools. So if we want to be moving it from Ethereum to blockchain, that's how we're following you and be moving. If you tumble like this, we'll tumble like this. So by the time you do all those tumbling, you get to maybe a USDT or a Tether or another stable coin that exists. So now the stablecoin issuers being compliant, and that's where compliance also comes in, will also be able to freeze those tokens when it gets to them. So if you're able to also notify them with proper law enforcement subpoenas and all that, they can be able to freeze those tokens. Okay. Now the investigation, so these are like the immediate ones. So that's why when these things happen in the crypto space, we get to hear it, we get to know, we get to act. All right. And then the compliance officers will get to use their tools to do thematic investigations. If these funds are coming into your platform and you are able to process it, the backlash that will come on you, in fact, is the reputational damage. All right. So that's one good thing about the space anyway. And then other people that are not victims can also learn from it and update their protocols, update their control measures, and make sure that these people do not come for them. And the investigation, you do the proper investigation and then do your reporting to regulatory. If it's for maybe Dubai, Vara, or Nigeria, you report as the case may be. So thank you so much for paying attention. Please connect with me via LinkedIn. And also, I think I can take questions from now. Thank you so much. Um,
Hello. Thank you,
yes,
Madam Shoma, for this wonderful presentation. Distinguished member of the audience, I believe you can do better to appreciate Mrs. Shoma. All right, before the question and answer section, if I may say that the ignoring red flag has been the major source of this fraud of 18, where people constantly ignore red flags. If I may be asking Madam Shoma to please to take us over and over again, which I know she has done, will be about the red flag that people constantly ignore and which is not doing well which is not looking good, as the case may be. So, distinguished member of the audience, if I may ask for anyone who is willing to ask questions from Madam Chairman, both in-house and online, can please signify. Okay, sir. Prof is here. Do we have anyone online? Please check. Do you have anybody online? Okay, we have Prof here.
All right.
Let's go ahead, sir.
Let me remain standing. You see, there is no activity if you're a trained professional that even when the red flag manifests itself that you do not know or do not have an idea. But most of the challenges, probably the person raising the red flag is not in a very... It's not? Sorry, can you hear me now? All right. Now, we have instances where people saw this and they raised the flag. And those in management position who are supposed to act on some of those notifications, one, due to conflict of interest, refuse to act. And if you find yourself in such dilemma, what do you do? Now, let's go back even to the issue of the whistleblowing policy. You can see there are a lot of issues that whistleblowers brought. But I can bet you till date, even those in power who had all the rights to do what they're supposed to do, refused to do. And good enough, you hear the confession of a former minister. So you can see how those of us, or our people in leadership, how they contradict themselves. Because some of the things, they do it when it's convenient. And when they think it's not convenient, they don't act about it. Now you see, what's her name? The former minister would have, like for me, then what we suggested, that whistleblowing shouldn't have been a policy. It would have been part of our laws. It would have been amended and to form part of our laws. But they refused. But today, you see, because they are no longer there, they are crying wolves. That those are some of the things. So this is the dilemma. And if you see in most organizations, those who even see those gaps are not even those on top, are those below. And then when you go to your boss in confidence and say, sir, this is it. And then the boss will tell you, in most instances, they tell you, shut up. What do you know? You are trying to block somebody from eating. And that has been the major challenge. And that is why this issue of red flag in most organizations are always very difficult to achieve. So if you find yourself in such dilemma, what do you do? And I've asked my student, I remember I had a class with my student. I said, if there are challenges and you raise the flag, and if they refuse to act, you can't do anything. Because if you want to go further, it will even cost you your job. That is my position. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Badijo.
Thank you, our lecturer. Appreciate your class. I was able to jot down a lot of things, which some are new to me. And so it's a learning process. So I'm learning. I've reviewed some of this paper you have presented, the technical. In fact, you told us to jot those things down. Those codes that you mentioned. I compared this to the rules that SEC released some times ago on VASP, virtual asset. In fact, I couldn't see much of those rules because even CBN clarified that virtual asset is not one of those things that are being monitored by the CBN. So, in what way can we link this up? You have tried because I've gained a lot from those codes, how to separate them, how to notice them, various way breaches occurred, and all that. But in what way will people like me that are learning will now take this and relate it with the code released by CBN and by SEC on virtual assets? Because that is where I want to link the two. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, madam. You can respond to Mr. Badijo's question. Please, do you have any other question in the house? Okay, please, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. I think from experience, and from what we do at A&E Forensics, we've been engaging with regulators, all right? We've been training them, having sessions with them. These things are in phase. When you want to compare what's happening in real time, in real world, to what the policies are saying, you will see that the policies are more like superficial. It doesn't go deep into the technical aspects. They could just tell you, especially for SEC, because the mandate has to do with market integrity, the mandate has to do with consumer protection, even in the sandbox checks, what you see at the regular, you would relate it more to the traditional ecosystem thing. So because I have opportunity to also interface with them when it comes to the people in the sandbox, uh, initially it was more like we were working like this because they were bringing things from the traditional world that cannot apply technically to the crypto space. But it took time for them to understand. And this is more like awareness, training, right? A lot like the difference is clear. You would agree with me. But the only thing I can tell you is to develop yourself, right? I remember when I was still studying for my master's in blockchain and digital currency, and that was the first time they started introducing us to codes. And I was crying during my assignments because I never knew in this life that I'll see myself checking codes and all that. But it was necessary because they had to drill us. It was necessary. You don't need to code, but you can be able to review codes. You should be able to know what is happening. So a regular compliance professional that is just doing AML CFT in the next 2 years, 3 years might become very redundant. So the way forward is for knowledge. The knowledge gap is too wide. In fact, this is just like the tip of the iceberg. So there are courses, there are crypto investigation courses. We also offer trainings, right? So if you feel that you want to upgrade your skill, the best thing is to upgrade your knowledge, right? Try things out, do things yourself. You cannot catch a criminal or a bad actor without knowing how it works. I remember those days when we want to do crypto investigation courses and trainings for law enforcement, and they don't know how crypto works, and they want to pay because the trainings are offered in US dollars and all that. We will mandate them to pay in crypto USDT. Why? For two reasons. It is your entry point. Even if that is how you learn how to buy and sell, that is the first point because you cannot trace what you don't understand. You cannot pursue criminals that you don't understand what they're doing. So, in order to have all of us on the same page, the best thing is bridging the knowledge gap, taking trainings, getting your hands dirty, try these things yourself. And it's interesting. Investigation is interesting. You can get lost trying to figure things out because you are inquisitive, you're curious. So I agree with you with that particular observation. And I believe because policies and regulatory guidelines are meant to be updated. So I believe by the time the set comes to real reality, they can also bring updates as regards the technical aspects. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, for this wonderful. So we have a token for you. Unfortunately, we will be presenting it virtually. I'll be, sir? Okay, we'll be presenting. Yes, we present. What's sir? No, no, it's a contribution. It's a contribution. You only give a contribution to the. So I will be inviting one of our past presidents, Madam Ajayi, Dr. Mrs. Ajayi, to please present this to you. And we also have a letter of appreciation that will be presented alongside this plaque for you, so we know what it is. You're welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Chioma Onyekile. We want to really thank you for your presentation. It's a wonderful prompting for us to do more research. And like one of my colleagues asked a question, we actually have a dilemma in this whistleblowing issue. But I guess you said we should train ourselves more, which we are actually doing. But that word is still there, the challenge. How do we whistleblow and it will not revert back to us negatively? Thank you so much for your presentation. We'll present this as a token of our gratitude for your presentation this morning. It's unfortunate you are not here physically for us to shake hands, but it will be sent to you. Thank you. And then we have a letter of appreciation that will also be sent with the token to you. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much.
our mommy.
Thank you, STFP.
Thank you, Dr. Mrs. Ajayi, for that presentation. Okay, Madam Chairman, thank you for your time. So we'll be calling it off for this section. Our members here will be going for tea break and to resume the next. We'll be resuming for the next lecture by 11 a.m.
Hello, good morning again. We are really sorry for the break in transmission. Our next speaker is on his way. Has he come? They are not set. So while we are waiting for tea break for them to set the tea break, we just want to ask or have a chat. So sorry for the break in transmission again. Um, you have been with us from the beginning of the conference till now. We just want to have heart-to-heart discussion or chat. How do you think we can improve on the conference, or what lapses have you seen, and what do you want to profile as a future as we move on in future? What and what do you want to see on ground? The floor is open, please. The floor is open. Yes. Please, you let us know your status, whether CFE, ACFE. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Ayodeji Abiodun. I work for FMN Holdings Limited. So I'm not yet a CFP, but I think it's in progress. Okay. So there are, yesterday when the president was speaking, he was the incoming president then, but he's now the president. So he mentioned the limitation of having to get more sponsors by maybe writing to the governors to sponsor this kind of events because of perceived issues that may come from. But I still think that that should not be a reason why we should not ask for sponsorship from even state governments or federal governments, because there are other professional organizations too. Like I'm a member of ICANN, a fellow of the institute, so I still remember instances where ICANN, for example, also seeks financial support from state government. So if that support is coming from the state government. It's going to be this. I'm using state government as an example now. So it's coming from the pulse of the government, not from that individual. So if the individual has an issue, I don't think it should be tied from what is documented as coming from the pulse of a government, which is not an individual. So I do believe that we shouldn't use that one as a limitation. Mind you, even the other private organizations we are also asking to sponsor. What's the difference? What if that individual is also corrupt? So the fund is coming from the organization itself, not the individual. So I believe that is one of the ways by which we can improve this kind of event, because having this event in a more conducive environment also contributes to the event itself. So I think that's just my observation.
Okay, I will speak to that. By the way, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope we had an interesting class this morning. Okay, let me quickly speak to what he just said, and then we'll take it there from. Every single time we hold a conference like this, we send out letters. If we send out 30, I don't think we've sent anything. That is the truth. But how much feedback do we get is a different thing. All right? Now, and in the letters we send out, if any of you have been privileged to read them, we'll always ask the organization to nominate people, in the relevant department who will attend the conference. Aside that, we have other items, that will list out, requesting their sponsorship. And I can tell you, in the last close to 15 or 16 years, we've been doing we've been in this. When you send out close to 30, 40 letters, you barely get 2 or 3 that will respond. And of course, there are organizations that send their staff regularly. Now, if you, and I know some of you who have been Good Hope is there, who have traveled out with us severally for this same conference, you have a whole list of organizations that sponsor the global body. A whole list, including government agencies. They rank them platinum, gold, silver, and what have you. Gold. You are shocked. We write to, I don't want to start mentioning names, but we write to very big organizations that we feel that they should key into what we are doing. But we rarely get response from them. So what we used to do before was the board members will put money together, to get the conference going, because we cannot say, oh, we're not able to hold a conference this year because we don't have funds. People spend their personal money. You heard Prof saying it yesterday, and that's true. People spend their personal money to get, this conference going, and when those who attend will expect that, oh, so much money came in. But most times we run this conference at a deficit. That is the gospel truth. Now, what do we do going forward? We have members here. Okay. Most times, you should be our face. Send these letters out. We expect you to, interface with your management and say, listen, let's key into this. Are we together? Because it is a way, aside from selling the ACFE, as it were. Sorry? So, as I was saying, aside from selling ACFE, your organization is as well advertised, because when we have the brochure, the name of the various sponsors will be there. And you, as a beneficiary of the conference, you are learning as well. You're adding value to the organization. So it is, it's not just us, at this end. Let me call it the back end, in terms of the ESCO and the board. It's our thing. It is our thing. So everyone has a role to play. Every year we send out letters, and most of our members are on the platform when we advertise these conferences. You should, indicate interest. You want to send a letter to my organization. Some of you are even in a position to approve, a level of payment, so to speak. So please, I appreciate that, but we're throwing it back to us, not to you. We're throwing it back to us. Let us all put our hands together and do this. Okay? Every year we move around. We've been several places within the Southwest, for this conference. So we could do better. I hope that is clear. Thank you very much.
Can I just make a point?
Sorry?
Can I just add to this? Yes, good morning, everybody. Let me just prostrate what my IPP have said. My Oga, I just want to say more to what you said. In every conferences we are doing, we send out nothing less than close to 100 letters out. Both the state, the federal. When I say federal, we're talking of inland revenue, both state, both federal, state, CBN, ICPC, customs, Nigerian police, immigration, EFCC. We send it across to everybody. In fact, in some other gatherings, for example, if I go to ICANN conferences or I go to CITN conferences, or I go to any. So we do advertise. You understand? Even I have somebody from EFCC that I met in Abuja. He even told me that if we are doing our conference, we should send a letter. We send letters to them. But the problem is that when we send a letter to them, we don't see any reply. Except we have somebody, for example now, like custom. Because we have somebody in custom. So once we send that letter, once we get the acknowledgement copy from the either post office, I will now personally send it to that guy to do the follow-up for us. You understand? But those areas that we don't have anybody, it will be difficult to even get, so we have some that we send letter to them, they rejected it. So the issue, like what my IPP has said, you are, like I said, you are like a blood in the vessel, in the vein. Without you, there's no association. Forget that we are just like an errand boy. You understand? Once you are there, like for example now, I have some people that like say that every year, either we advertise, we don't advertise. The new when we normally do the conferences. So like we said, sir, we see continue to do more. What we do is that maybe if we can get contact, it will be easy for us. It will be easier for us to do the follow up. When I send something to my guy's office and I know him, I say, okay, I've sent this to your office, so please help us do the follow up. From there we can get more. This thing. We need to sponsor. We want to be like ICANN. We want to be like CIC. We want to be like ANAN. We want to be like other people. Like when we speak, they will know that FCF is speaking. Thank you very much, sir. Okay,
yeah, thank you for that. Now we have somebody sending his opinion or request or observation, as it were, and this is coming from my very good friend Suraj. Okay, Suraj, I hope you're online. You're hearing us. He is somebody we've been traveling around the world with, together, for a very long time. So Suraj says there's need to allow for public sector experience. Also, there's need for panel discussions to be based on trending or past occurrences. Fine. Now, in terms of public sector experience, we bring in people from public sector. All right? We've had conferences where we have people from EFCC. We have people from Federal Land Revenue.
CBN.
Yes. So we are not unmindful of this. What we're going to do is going forward, we'll probably integrate them more. Then it's talked about panel discussion on trending issues. Yesterday we had people, this conference is based purely on trending issue. Everywhere you turn, we're talking about AI. In fact, you make a call and you drop the call, there's an advert asking you to do the 28 days competition on AI. We're being bombarded every single day on the need to be AI savvy. Am I correct? And I think that's what this whole conference is all about. And I don't think we have done badly so far. I'm not, evaluating yet. It's up to you. But fine, whatever there are, Suraj is a member of this association. As I said to our brother over there, we're all members. If you have, before the conference starts, at times we spend weeks brainstorming. What are we going to talk about? So if you feel there's something, you need to learn, send it on. All right, send it on. Send it on. Let's talk about this. Let's, when we have, avalanche of topics or ideas to speak on, we definitely will get people to speak on them. We are not limited in terms of speakers. Neither are we limited in terms of what we can talk about. In fact, before now we've had people, AIG Mwazu, the retired AIG. You have spoken to us severally. For those of us who are very current, we have the FCC coming here. We have people from consulting firms. Yeah. So please, it's open. We are not restricted as we were to any particular sector. We want to do things that by Monday. What I mean by Monday after the conference, you are applying the knowledge you've taken away from here on your jobs. I hope I would have addressed that issue.
Yes, maybe let me also say one thing, sir. Maybe going forward, what we'll be doing now is that maybe like 6 to 7 months to the conference, when we are planning. We are going to send it to the platform that, okay, our conference is in the next 2 or 3 months or 5 months, 6 months, 7 months. What likely questions, what likely areas do you want us to? So at least it will bring an idea from members. It won't be as if it is only the ESCO or the board that is taking the decision. Like for example now, my one of my oga spoke to me day before yesterday, and he said, "Do you know the best conference you've done so far?" I said, "Which one, sir?" He said, "The first one. That the first one put crowd. That we invited people from EFCC, from this, from that, from that." I said, "Sir, we continue. We are still doing the same thing." He said, "Then we ask questions about what is going on presently in Nigeria. For example, now they wanted to know what is going on in banking, what is going on in stamp duty. Now that we are in a new era of tax, now what is going on in tax? What is going on in this?" He said that is what they want. I said, "Sir, don't worry, sir. We are going to be improving." And then, like I said, henceforth, going forward from next year, like we said, we are going to throw it to the member to suggest. Okay? So when they suggest, we now look at it, because they said 2 heads are better than 1. So we now suggest, we now look at it, okay, out of this suggestion, which one are we pick? We cannot pick this one this year, we are going to put it in our bank. So by other years, we pick it up. And I know that by God's grace, everybody, we want everybody to be a partaker in this conferences. Thank you very much.
Okay. And please, let's not restrict ourselves. You want to ask a question? Okay. Let's not restrict ourselves to just conferences.
My hands are
we
up.
run
My hands are up.
we run trainings. We run trainings within the year. In fact, ordinarily we should have minimum of 4 training sections or seminars within the year. We advertise this. So don't wait until the conference, as it were, to send in whatever you want us to discuss. If you have issues, if you have things that are bugging you, you want us to expand on by way of getting experts on this, please put them on. If we don't bring them to the conference, we can actually do them during the seminars or trainings. Okay, February. Yes. You want, yeah. Ordinary, yeah, that's what it should be. 3 seminars and then 1 conference. Okay, go ahead. Sorry, let him do it. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning,
colleagues. My name is
My hands were up. My hands are up. Is anyone attending to people online?
What I just want to say is that it appears that awareness is not enough. I think we need to create more awareness. Then too, I joined the Nigeria chapter, this chapter, almost a year ago, and in the last 1 year, I've never attended any training. I've never seen any training being organized by the chapter. I think we need to do something about that. Even if it's going to be twice or maybe quarterly, and then we end it with the national conference. Then thirdly, I think sending letters to some of these organizations is not enough. We need to do a lot of follow-up. We need to find a contact in that place who are sympathetic to the cause. And we have quite a lot of such organizations in Nigeria, like EFCC and some other organizations that has a lot of CFE in their setup. Okay, we have a lot of organizations that have CFE in their setup, like ICPC, EFCC, and some other big organizations, banks, and all of them like that. So I think we need to do more of awareness so that people will know what we are doing and what we are really up to. Then, another thing I want to say, especially concerning this conference, which, I felt so bad yesterday, was the event that happened here yesterday, where somebody's laptop was stolen. Okay, yeah. What I want to say concerning that is that our security and accreditation is weak. whether you are a delegate or you are a marketer, all this, everybody should be accredited and tagged so that we know who is who. We know ourselves. Like that thing that happened yesterday shouldn't have happened. And also, I want to advise us too, as professionals, I think we need to be conscious of when we are there. And then also, since we are using laptop, please let us also save some of our documents on the cloud. You can lose your computer, but you will not lose that. Okay? So that's what I just want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, my professional colleagues. Let me just add all your observations and your advices are noted. And we are going to work on that, especially the self-assessment. We want to add it to the platform. By next week, we will send it to our platform so that every member can work on that. And at the same time, I want to use this forum to appreciate Senate Bank. The reason is this: there's no training or conference that we do that they will not come in 2, 3, 4. You understand? I want to be sure that some of us belong to organization. So anytime we send notification on our conferences, please let us pass it to others. And let us even imitate what we are doing in other platforms like ICANN, ANAN, CITN. When you see that, send it to your friends. Send it to other platforms that you belong. Somebody would be interested to attend. Because this is knowledge sharing conference. You can see with our former, the president of ICANN was here yesterday. And look at what is coming out from the man, even up to this moment. So let us try to invite people. Invite your friends. Don't say, I'm only in ACFE. Other people want that. But if you don't tell them, there's no way they will know. So when we are doing this, more training will be coming so that we can pass to others. And I pray that as you have, somebody is noting those suggestions and observations, and we are going to work on that. Thank you, my.
Hold on, please. Yeah, Mike. Online, can you speak, please? Can you unmute her, Dr. Stacy?
Hello. Yeah, hello.
Yeah, you please.
Good morning, distinguished professionals. Following the question and the issue that we're discussing right now, my suggestion is this. I believe we have other chapters of ACFE in Nigeria, which is not just Southwest Nigerian chapter. We have that of the Abuja chapter, as well as Port Harcourt. And I'm of the opinion that I think the ESCO, the executive, should try reaching out for a combined conference where we have these 3 chapters coming together to host this conference. That way, I believe that we'll have more numbers as well as more people to reach out with respect to the conference planning and all that. That's just my opinion, because I know it has just been Southwest having conference every year. What about other chapters? It's important that we try to integrate what we're doing when it comes to conference with other people so that we have it as Nigerian conference. I don't know if this makes sense, but that's just what I'm thinking. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, that's absolutely noted.
Doctor, 1 minute, sir, please. Doctor, can you open Dr. Europe's place so you can do this?
Yeah, hello.
Doctor, go ahead, sir.
Okay, thank you, distinguished professional colleagues. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yes, hearing you.
Thank you. Good day, distinguished professional colleagues. I want to observe all the existing protocols, and my comments will specifically, be derived from the last, contributor, that is Dr. Stacy. In actual fact, it's like she's speaking the minds of people like us, and because collaboration is key. When 3 people or 2 people work together, you have the synergy or the synergistic effect will be different. We of Port Harcourt chapter, for instance, we are there, and there's also Abuja chapter. If these 3 chapters can join together and host a conference, the impact will be, great, especially that brings the government and other stakeholders, to think of this association as a very serious association, because a situation, for instance, we are known internationally, but locally they keep thinking we are not there. It's not in our best interest. We should play a bigger role. We should have that impact that is expected. For instance, a member of ACFE needs no introduction, where if he goes to any of the government agencies or MDAs, or even the police or the military and the rest, you shouldn't be explaining. Once you say ACFE, you don't even need to be explaining the full meaning of ACFE. And that will also help us to, push it further by doing a little more, a kind of adverts, especially television adverts, like this conference. It will just take some slots and do it. I know that if you watch some of these 247 media organizations, there are some people who do conferences, no matter how small, even the ones I have not heard before, they will come and interview them. And people begin to know that such a association or organization, is existing. So if we do that, it will help them to know that we are anti-fraud group, and we are serious with what we are doing. And it is not purely a Nigerian affair. It's an international, association, and we are a major player. So I think that the board should critically look into this and see how we can do that, especially not just doing the conference together, but we think about rotation too. We could do it in Lagos or Southwest. The other time we say, okay, let's do it in Abuja. Another time, maybe let's do it in Port Harcourt. That way, it resonates with a lot of people. So I think we need to work on this seriously if we have to make a kind of paradigm shift. Thank you, my distinguished colleagues.
Okay, Dr. Ero, let me quickly address this. First, you're taking us. You've taken us back now to me giving us a little background of how this whole thing started. All right. We started as way back in either 2009 or 2008. I can't start. That's how ACFE Nigeria. Before then, we had a chapter. We had issues, where they registered. Some of us fought. We got back and all. And then what we now felt was that we were centered in Lagos. Back then, we were centered in Lagos. We had people, or we had representatives come from Abuja and Port Harcourt. Precisely Emmanuel Shili from Abuja, and Akonji, from Port Harcourt. And we sat down as our executive then, and we said, listen, we can't have these people coming all the way from Abuja for every meeting, or from Port Harcourt at every meeting. Let's send them back as directors or region. We now had 3 regions: Lagos, Abuja and Port Harcourt. They were originally regions. And the essence was go back to wherever you are based, promote ACFE and all of that. But a whole lot of things happened, which I don't want to start to espouse now. It's not necessary. They became chapters, right? And they decided to be autonomous. But we're still ACFE. Are we together here? And over the years, we've had, an awesome relationship. We're not, miffed by the fact that people decided to do their own thing their own way. But Dr. Ero, you should know that as a leading factor in the Port Harcourt region, you're always here in Lagos. You're almost like a Lagos chapter or Southwest chapter person. We're not segregating at all. Now, what you have just said, if it is a burning issue, we'll present it at the board meeting today. We'll revisit it, we'll review it, and then we'll act. There's nothing. We have people from Abuja here. We have people from Port Harcourt. We have somebody from the UK. We have people, from Canada, wherever. This is almost like an international conference, as it were, even though it's organized by the Southwest region. But it's for all of us. So if we now want a situation where we'll have the three regions, coming in collaboration, that is not a big deal. We'll discuss this, extensively at the board meeting this evening, and within us, we'll work something out. I don't think that has in any way affected or stopped anyone from attending the conference. And we have never segregated, as I said, either by region or by sector, whatever. Once you show interest, and we advertise it broadly, because a whole lot of us here are ICANN members, a lot of us here are CITM members, a whole lot of us here belong to ANAN, we belong to other associations. And when these things happen, we're encouraged, just like he pointed out, send this, you are an ambassador, fly it out, let people know, talk to your members in the office, they will all come. And we are open. So long as you're a graduate, you have the capability of being an ACFE member. In fact, you have the capability of being certified as a fraud examiner. So in the terms of collaboration, that is already there. It's been there from the day one. So it's been there from day one, and we'll push further on that. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. Good afternoon, professional colleagues.
Good morning.
Okay, so my name is Abatunde Wale. So, though I'm a chartered accountant, but however, what I want to say has also been mentioned by one of us. Yes, it's just about poor awareness. But I will elaborate further on it. Since the beginning of this conference, I've been hearing that this Southwest chapter organized training, I can tell you have not come across it. Yes, I will say it. So probably maybe it's something that will be beneficial to me and my colleagues that are here. As I said, I'm a chartered accountant and I work in the forensic unit. But however, at the beginning of the year, let me take ICANN for example. They will send us training calendars. They will send it to us for us to pick, and it will also plan our own year, who to attend this and who to attend that. Do you want me to repeat that? Do you get that? So, at the beginning of the year, ICANN will send to us. This is our training calendar. Probably maybe from February, they will use January to plan. Some, it will even contain some of the January. They will plan. So, they will send it to us. We will use it to plan among our colleagues who's going to attend it, because all of us cannot attend at the same time. So we used to plan who's going to attend this month and those months. I'm telling you, I have not come across that. I have not come across it. So if it's something that can be embedded also, that you guys can do, whereby you have a training calendar, it can also be in 2 years. In 6 months, if you cannot plan for the whole year. So the first session of the year, plan it, send across the road. We used to plan the second part of the year also, because send it to us. Who cannot attend that? It's something that I feel that I'm going to beneficial to it. But however, we don't have it. I'm surprised that you guys say you have a training this, training that. I've not come across it. See, let's work on that. Thank you.
Yes, Oga Bika.
All right. It's still morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Professor Mike Micah from Federal University, Lokoja. I just want to raise some of the most honest and the most dishonest truths. You see, I hate hypocrisy. The first time I had contact of SCFA was here. I came here and I was part of the Lagos chapter, regardless of whatever. And at a point, we're meant to understand that, okay, Abuja chapter, Port Harcourt chapter, that is not even the crux of the matter. The crux of the matter is that we're not sincere to ourselves. Now, ask me today, the Abuja chapter from 2015 to date, what has happened? Nothing. If I had remained, listen, I'm sorry, if I had remained in Lagos, I know my seniority in SCFA would have grown beyond where I am today. Now it's like I'm coming back to start afresh. Because I remember when I came up in 2015, I'd gone through many trainings here in Lagos. I fly from Abuja to come here. It's just about priority. And if you know you're not ready, this issue of I want to be chairman, I want to be president will never help us. Look, for me, I don't even care. If Lagos chapter, Southwest, because initially even when they say Lagos chapter, you know, this evil perception, Lagos, what is Lagos? No. So long as you're in Nigeria, you can attend this conference. You can be part of this chapter, you know. And then Abuja came up. Abuja had a very serious power tussle issue, and that is why that chapter will never see the light of the day. Port Harcourt have the same, and that is why they will not see the light of the day, because we are too greedy, too self-centered. We think about ourselves. We are not thinking of other people. How can somebody sit tight in a position after 1 year? If you know you have nothing to offer, why not relinquish and allow people who are ready to move the body forward? You are sitting tight. As it is today, let me even tell you a shocker. Change of signatory in bank account of Port Harcourt, somebody refused to do it. Why? Is SCF his personal estate? You don't have that power. It's a professional body. It's a call to service. And when you come, if you have nothing to offer, please don't discourage other people. You can't tell me you are fighting fraud and you are the most fraudulent in terms of thinking and imagination. That will not help us. Please, Southwest, if this is the only chapter we have in Nigeria that is vibrant, all Nigerians feel free to come here. I'm saying this with bitterness. If I had remained
Okay. All right.
what we are saying, please do not be that.
Okay.
Remain resolute, stand firm. Nobody can dilute this chapter. Anybody who do not want to come and I'm a lecturer, so I don't need to. Anybody who do not want to come and be part of here, let him be. But the truth is that let's learn to be honest ourselves. And if you are not sincere, so let's not begin to blame. If you don't see it like they said now, we are all ambassadors of SCF. If you got any information about SCF, post it in different platforms. Because I also belong to different accounting professional platforms. So if I see, I will come.
Thank you.
Like this man suggested,
Yes.
get a calendar for the year. You can plan which one to attend.
Yes.
Please, Southwest chapter, you have my backing. Kudos, keep what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Thank you. As I said,
Thank you, sir.
No.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Can I
well,
can I just add one of
yes, let me just address this. Okay. Thank you. You know, when this issue, when Dr. Hero raised this issue, as I tried to be economical. I don't want us to get into politics of anything. This is a conference, and a house divided in itself is already due to fall. We are not divided. We are one. ACF is ACFP. All right. We know those who worked to get us where we are today, and by the grace of God, I'm one of them. Professor Oyedoku is, of course, one of them.
W.
We don't want to start recounting what we have gone through. I don't want to go into that. And I'm saying it standing on my honor. So let's leave all this politics thing. For somebody mentioned about the training calendar. I, on behalf of the board and ESCO, want to offer our apology. We have a training calendar. All right? Every year, we'll have a training director who, the board will always ask, bring out the trainings every year. And we had one for this year, I want to believe. Yes. So if it was not followed through, we apologize for that. We take that squarely on the jaw, all right? But I want to promise you that after this conference, in a couple of weeks' time, we're going to publish the training for the rest of the year. And, even spill over into next year, because we ordinarily ought to have 3 trainings and 1 conference, minimum. All right? Excluding the November fraud awareness week. Yes, fraud awareness week. All right, which we normally do. So please, if you haven't had opportunity of being there, again, I encourage us to go to our website. We have a website. Okay, we discussed it yesterday. We are going to, pass it around again by way of information. Go to the website. All of these things are posted. And if you are a member, there is ACFE. We have members on ACFE. Please visit the WhatsApp portal so that you get updated. Am I okay on this? Yeah. So if you have not been able to, we assure you we will take note of that and we improve on it. That's an assurance I'm giving you today. So thank you so much for your contributions, those who are online and those who are, because the next speaker is actually online and waiting. Online. But I want to believe that, so far we've gotten enough to take us to the next level.
Yes.
And please disabuse your mind on anything politics. We are ACFE, we are ACFE. All right? Thank you so much.
Please, we have the tea break. Maybe in the next 5 minutes, we'll just be ready for the next paper. The tea breaks are available. Please, you can just go now.
both the public and private sectors.
Our work goes beyond certification. We design bespoke training programs, master classes, and executive workshops tailored to the realities of today's complex business environment. Our programs equip professionals with the skills to detect, prevent, and respond effectively to fraud and financial crime.
Rabloads has also become a hub for knowledge exchange across Africa, partnering with regulators, financial institutions, and development organizations to strengthen ethical standards and build resilient systems.
As technology reshapes how fraud is perpetrated and prevented, we continue to evolve, integrating artificial intelligence, data analytics, and modern investigative tools into our training framework to prepare professionals for the challenges of the digital era.
As Rabloads, our mission is simple: to build capacity, inspire integrity, and empower professionals to make lasting impact. We invite you to connect, learn, and grow with us as we continue to champion the future of fraud prevention and ethical leadership across Africa.
Okay, so good morning once more. While those of us attending physically will be having a tea break, I believe that will not detract us from listening to the next speaker. Are we all together? Both those attending virtually. The next technical section, which is section 6, is on how digital IDs, such as NIN, BVN, EKYC, can enhance inclusion and reduce identity fraud. How digital IDs can enhance inclusion and reduce identity fraud. And to do justice to this very critical topic is no other than a seasoned forensic expert. Because of time, I'm going to crave your indulgence to allow for his citation to be immediately after his presentation, because he has a very rich credential. He's an expert by all ramification. He's an expert by all ramification in this field. He is a partner with Deloitte. In fact, he has the West African Forensic Unit. In fact, as I said, I'll only be satisfied to personally read his citation, but that will be, incidentally, after he has spoken to us, because he's been waiting while we were trying to get the feedback from our audience. I'm not talking about any other person, but our own dear person in the name of Beulah Adeoye. Beulah Adeoye, CFE, FCA, LLB. So that should speak somewhat, while we wait for the real thing. This is just the bone. This is just the, how do you call it, the short course. He's a certified fraud examiner. He's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, and is a legal scholar. So while I wait to receive his profile, I will quickly call on him. he's getting ready. We've kept him waiting for a while, but please, we are truly sorry. You know, you're part of us. You understand what we're going through. So please, ladies and gentlemen, let's pay rapt attention. All right? Do you have a citation? No, don't worry. No. I've told him he will send it, and I'll do it after. I'll personally do it after. Don't worry. You know. Yeah. So let's go ahead and give audience to our brother Beulah Adeoye, CFE FCA LLB. Please, the floor is yours now, sir.
Thank you very much, the President. Thank you very much, everyone, for the opportunity to be here again. The ACFE is family to me, and it's my singular honor and privilege to be here. I'm waiting for the people on the audiovisual to just enable me to share my screen so I can share a slide. But in the case that I'm unable to share a slide, I'm still happy to proceed either way. So if you could take a moment to just get me access to share a slide, because I have a slide to present, and I think the slide can ultimately be shared.
Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. So
go ahead and share. Go ahead and share.
All right. Let me do that. Just a moment. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So I'm struggling to share the slide. Maybe I would let me send it as well. Then it can be shared. So I'm going to take us through something very quickly this morning, and it's 2 hours for this session, but we've done lunch, a tea break for 30 minutes. So I think I have I'll speak for about 30 minutes to 45 minutes, and after that, then we can share together. In case you have questions for me, I'm usually happy to have an engagement with people and speak to them. Combating identity fraud, the role of the NIN, BVN, and EKYC. Just a little bit of an update. When I was speaking with Mr. Donatus this morning, he was asking me how many, Yoruba people say, you know, and we're saying it's been quite a while. Interesting fact, I've moved on from Deloitte. In 2024, I moved on from Deloitte to face other things. So I'm now an ex-partner of Deloitte, an ex-leader of the financial of the forensic team. Our agenda today.
Congrats, sir. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. So our presentation today, I'm going to talk about fraud definitions, identity fraud itself, the global cost of identity fraud, preventing ID fraud, detection of ID fraud, and response. And I'm going to give a few war stories. Because I'm joining virtually, I will take the liberty, please, for in 1 minute to try to share this so that the people in the room can also have it. Otherwise, you just see me talking for this length of time. Just give me a second. Let me see if I can share to the team, and then they can project in the room. Just a second, please. Sorry, to just be another minute, and then we can have it. So the organizers can then either share it in the room, or you can also tab along as I go along, so that we can have a meaningful session. Thank you. I'm trying to attach it to email now and then send it. Thank you. So Mr. Donatus, I'm sending this to you, so that it can then be shared, please. But I'll then proceed because I've now shared it. Okay, all right. Okay, I have another number I can share it to. Just a second. All right. Okay. So thank you very much. So I've now shared it with Mr. Pius and Mr. Donatus. Thank you very much. So let me go forward with this, and hopefully our people can follow me as we go along. Fraud. What is fraud? Fraud is the intentional deception or misrepresentation which is designed to secure unlawful advantage or gain or cause loss to another party. That's the simple definition of fraud. In financial contexts, like Nigerian banking sector, it often involves falsifying identities, documents, or transactions. One of the key things to notice when you're talking about fraud is that fraud will target something called a crown jewel. In a bank, it is money. In most financial transactions, it is money. Okay. Then fraud requires three elements. One is misrepresentation. That's a false statement or omission. Knowledge of the falsity, which is an intent to deceive or for personal benefit. Because when you think about fraud, you're supposed to distinguish it from error. And then if it is civil, then the victims can sue for recovery. If it is criminal, it leads to imprisonment. But there's also something we call the fraud triangle. And I thought it was important here for us to just quickly look at it. The fraud triangle is a classic model used in auditing and forensic investigations to explain why people commit fraud. And it has three key elements. One, pressure. If someone has a financial or personal problem, pushing them towards fraud, that is, they have a debt, they have lifestyle, they have some expectations, or they may even have an habit. That constitutes pressure. The second one is opportunity. If you don't have an opportunity, you're unlikely to be able to commit fraud because weak controls or gaps make fraud possible. So for instance, if you have poor supervision, if you have system loopholes, etc., that's the opportunity. So we've talked about pressure. The second one is opportunity. The third leg of the fraud triangle is rationalization. Rationalization is really what makes you sleep well at night, having committed a fraud. So, and that is the mindset which justifies the act. So for instance, I'll pay it back, or the company would notice, or they've offended me. Interestingly, just in the last 24 hours, I'm familiar with a company where someone says, oh, they've held my salary for a while and went and stole an asset from the company. Lucky for the person spent the night in behind bars. Because of course the company was able to react very quickly and nip it in the bud. But fraud usually happens when all three exist at the same time. Pressure, the opportunity, and the rationalization. Now, there's a certain patterns in Nigerian cases regards to identity fraud, because we're talking about identity fraud today, and I'll try to keep it very moving quickly so that we can have a conversation around it. Romance scams, okay? We know how someone who is from a village in Nigeria, we've seen all of these farms where they have, the person is sleeping on a bed that doesn't have a cloth over it, sitting on a mattress or sitting under a tree. And he presents himself as this very beautiful lady or very beautiful, good-looking gentleman online, takes on the identity of somebody else, uses AI tools or technological tools to sound better, and emotionally manipulate people for them to do wire transfers. What we call Yahoo. And this has even been glorified in Nigeria, where they say that you have songs about Yahoo paying and all whatnot, paydays and everything. Okay, so then we also have the BVN account sales. There was a local theft where there was a BVN compromise, a fintech compromise for about 400 million naira. And then we have the cases of the EFCC or the Nigerian police force convicting, in quote, Yahoo people. Okay, so those are some of the backgrounds I thought was important for us to set for our presentation today. Please, am I still audible? Hello, am I audible? Okay, I could go ahead. Thank you very much. All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So I haven't spoken about, so now let's now talk about the different types of fraud. And one of them we've identified is identity fraud. The other one is payment fraud. There are account takeovers, there are investment fraud, and then the financial statement frauds. Okay. We will then go into the whole idea of identity fraud and examine it. What is identity fraud? Identity fraud occurs when there's the unauthorized use of another person's personal information to commit crime. Unauthorized use. Thank you so much. I can see the presentation up now. So I've moved from what is fraud. I think we're going to 2 more slides. If you scroll down to the next slide. Identity fraud. The next slide. Next slide. Identity fraud examined. Excellent. That's where we are. So identity fraud involves the unauthorized use of another person's personal information to commit crimes, typically for financial gain. And this differs slightly from identity theft, which focuses on the act of stealing itself, as different from utilizing that identity for financial gain. So while fraud emphasizes this deceptive application of that data, the stealing is just taking hold of it, right? For those that are lawyers among us, when you think about conversion, you have taken something with an intention to permanently deprive the owner of the use or benefit of that item. Now, let's say somebody uses stolen details like names, social security number, bank account or biometrics, fingerprints without permission to access accounts, open loans, make purchases, or evade law enforcement, which is common in banking and e-commerce. It leads to losses in billions annually, as seen in the Nigerian tobacco settlement report. And then I thought to mention a few causes of identity fraud. One, phishing, smishing, vishing, all these changing things, which scammers will usually trick victims via emails, SMS, or calls, impersonating banks, e.g., they say there's a fake CBN alert, or they would try to take your NIN or BVN, and many of the new accounts. Once new accounts are opened, it was noted that 51% of cases, people get to be contacted in one way or the other for smishing, phishing, vishing, etc., to steal their ID. Data breaches, please scroll to the next slide. Or can I control it from here? All right, okay, I can't. Data breaches, acts which expose databases. So for instance, Nigeria saw some breaches relating to bank verification numbers and national identity numbers, and some young people in 2025, as reported, were selling these identities. Physical theft, when you have a stolen wallet, your mail is accessed, or you have ID cards, etc., that are compromised. Public Wi-Fi or malware. Usually, when you're in a public Wi-Fi area, they'll tell you, please don't use personally identifiable information here because somebody can be looking at it and steal it. So unsecured networks, which capture eKYC data during app use. So whilst you're authenticating with your name, your email, your phone number, etc., someone could be capturing that data. Insider abuse, family or friends. So for instance, using a child's social security number or bank staff accessing systems, etc. Weak security, when you're thinking about reused password, where there's no liveness detection in biometrics, this has cost Nigeria millions. Now, what are the global costs of identity fraud? Global losses to identity fraud exceed 50 billion annually. When myself and my team member were looking at this yesterday, we thought, wow, that is huge. Annually, $50 billion is larger than Nigeria's external reserve. That is the quantum of the losses due to identity fraud annually, with estimates varying by scope. Consumer reports, so let's say, for instance, 15 to 20 billion, then business cost about 7 million per firm. The interesting thing about this is, once this money is out, most companies are not able to recover them. So what we're discussing this morning is quite important. And then when you think about consumer losses, Financial Times data shows, the different sectoral analysis and how much victims lose on an average by business or customer. On the average, how much per year, if you're interested in it worldwide. and then the total global fraud annually, and how identity fraud as a subset of it accounts for, a significant part of that as well. In Nigeria, what is the cost of identity fraud in Nigeria? Nigeria has approximately 52.26 billion, which is about 34.8 million USD in identity fraud based on 2024 NIPS report. But then this declined in 2025. And when we go to the working together of BVN, NIN, EKYC later, we'll see how the coming together of this has been able to combat identity fraud. Now, identity-specific losses, there was a case of 400 million in 2024 from stolen identities used to open accounts, plus 329 million fake BVN static images. And then you have synthetic ID frauds. You have, this as part of the broader banking fraud in Nigeria. And when you think about the daily fraud estimates per year in Nigeria, which is about 14 to 21 million for identity fraud, this sits as a realistic number. Now, what was the bank verification number? The BVN or bank verification number is Nigeria's centralized biometric ID system for banking customers. This was launched by the Central Bank of Nigeria in 2014, and it creates a unique 14-digit identifier linked to fingerprints and facial scans. Pre-2014, Nigeria lacked a unified banking ID, enabling fraud via multiple accounts and identity theft across, 20 plus banks at the time. The Central Bank of Nigeria then partnered with all banks and the Nigeria Interbank Settlement System, NIBS, to deploy the bank verification number. And this enrolled 68.8 million users in 2025 from zero and integrated with NIN per 2026 rules, and is now mandatory for all accounts. I talked about the utilization where customers visit banks and BVN centers to capture your 10 fingerprints, your photo, and then this is issued via the NIPS database. Then this links all your accounts, savings, loans under one ID, and is required for tier 2 KYC. That is banking transactions over 500K, and useful for diaspora banking as well. As far as the verification is concerned, banks query NIBS in seconds. They are used for eKYC, loans, remittances, and then there's a mandatory linkage now. How BVN helps? Fraud prevention. Because you have unique biometrics, this blocks duplicates and impersonations. And between 2022 to 2025, there had been about a 39% fraud drop. Account security, it flags unauthorized access across the banks. Okay, we talked about the 400 million in stolen ID losses in 2024. For KYC efficiency, it gives you instant verification as different from paperwork. Okay, bring this paper, where's your photo? It doesn't look like you anymore. Since your biometrics doesn't necessarily change over your lifetime, it can be used reliably over time. And then this has been noted to cut over 90% onboarding time. In terms of blacklist sharing, persons of interest database can flag individuals for all sorts of things. On another day, we'll talk about how financial institutions and banks and other people misuse this blacklist, but this is not the date and time for that. And this has resulted in about a 58% fraud prevention rise. And then when it comes to inclusion, it enables tier 1 to tier 3 bank upgrades. When we're talking about 380 million accounts as far as 2025. For the NIN history, the national identification number is Nigeria's universal biometric ID, issued by the National Identity Management Commission, NIMC, to all citizens and legal residents. It's also 11 digits tied to fingerprints, facial scans, personal demographics. This was launched in 2013 under the NIMSI Act and is aimed to create Nigeria's first comprehensive national database amid fraud, insecurity, and all those other exclusion challenges we had. Piloted in 2012, full rollout till date. So don't be surprised in Nigeria today if you ask for your NIN plus your BVN for you to do some things. And in terms of utilization, it is free enrollment to capture. They give you an instant slip, and this is used in SIM registration, bank verification, voter cards, passports, driver's licenses, NHIS, land deals. Banks could issue you cards based on that, and is a foundation for the BVN EKYC person of interest watch list. Now, it's important to note that the BVN and NIN are now increasingly linked. So the bank verification number were originally separate systems, but for banking purposes, NIN and BVN now work together. Increasingly, Nigerian regulators are finding ways to push the utilization of BVN and NIN together to help reduce fraud, eliminate duplicate identities, make it easier to verify individuals across banking systems, platforms, governments, and services. In fact, recently, I noted that for you to then operate some social media account, some level of national identification, bank verification, or EKYC is now required. For SIM registration, they now tell you that you can't register more than 4 SIMs across your lifetime. You know, there are quite a number of things now that this technology is coming together. Now, how does NIN help? Fraud prevention. So your unique biometrics, which blocks synthetic IDs, and you have about 70% enrollment growth with about 39% fraud drop. Financial inclusion, again, security, service delivery, and economic effect on our diaspora remittances. Now, EKYC, what is the history of EKYC? Your electronic Know Your Customer is Nigeria's digital identity verification process using BVN and NIN. For remote banking, fintech onboarding, it evolved from about 2013 to date, and we now have mobile apps, etc. In terms of the history, before 2014, you had manual paperwork and KYC costs running to over $1 million a year, and it excluded rural people who were unbanked. From 2014 BVN launch, this centralized biometrics enabling API inquiries and API queries, which was then when we had a lot of banks linking up and the fintech boom. Post-COVID-19, fintechs, your OPays, PalmPay, telcos running financial institutions, etc., for instant accounts. And then, of course, now that you have in 2026 CBN rules mandatory liveness detection, and you have NIN BVN linkage, you can now have an electronic Know Your Customer system that reduces more than 90% of the work. So in terms of utilization, the onboarding flow, a user scans an ID or NIN slip, takes a selfie, does a BVN check, and NIBSS verifies as names. In less than 60 seconds, you're onboarded. And then you can have tiered access. So for tier 1, you have phone plus NIN with a 100K limit. Tier 2, BVN, 500K limit. Tier 3, you're fully documented, and you can have unlimited banking access. We understand that some daily activity on some fintech wallets, for instance, OPay, have utilization of over 40 million users. What are the advantages? 90% faster than branches. I remember as a child, you'd have to go to the bank and queue up in the morning, sometimes till close of day. They're opening ledgers, doing this and that and the other. You've not been able to transact your business. Okay, from 3 days to less than 3 minutes. Inclusion, rural agents, for instance, remote locations can now be included in the, banking net, and then of course tax net, etc. Fraud block, liveness checks, stops spoofs, and blocks duplicates. So for instance, when you're doing your registration, they may tell you that you should take your phone and turn it like this, turn your head like this, turn your head like this, etc., 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 so that there's a liveness check to show that you are actually the person. And then in terms of cost, banks are able to save a lot of money on documentation. In terms of scale, we're talking about 50 million plus users daily, and this is growing as well. Now, prevention of ID fraud. So we've talked about what NIN is, what BVN is, what eKYC is. If you have any questions or thoughts, I would say that we should hold on for now. I'll try to quickly get to the end of the conversation, and then we can share our thoughts so that we don't extend beyond. What I'm now going to go into is the prevention of ID fraud, detection of ID fraud, and response. Identity fraud prevention combines personal vigilance, technology, and systemic safeguards like Nigeria's NIN, BVN, and eKYC Trinity, the Nigerian Trinity. These measures directly address causes like phishing and data steals discussed earlier, driving the 39% fraud drop that we said in this data. And individual precautions are, for instance, you have a strong password plus two-factor authentication. They could tell you to use a unique 12+ character passphrase across accounts, enable SMS or app authenticators, which blocks about 80% phishing account takeovers. Then phishing awareness, they tell you to ignore unsolicited CBN bank calls, social security requesting, NIN, BVN, for you to verify official apps, And I've had my own personal experiences where people come to you, call you, and say, oh, by the way, we're doing this. We need you to bring this information. Are you there now? They sound very convincing. By the time you discover that they're trying to fish, and you start taking them on the rigmarole, or taking them down a rabbit hole, they'll be sure to then start cursing you and then get off the call. Another prevention is the secure devices. So for instance, antivirus, please be careful about public Wi-Fi for banking, and then make sure you have your regular operating system updates. Then document security, shred statements, don't keep them around. Store NIN slips safely, avoid oversharing on social media, and then monitor your accounts. Monthly BVN, NIBSS statements, that's NIB statements, credit alerts, early detection, which costs about 70% of losses. And then in terms of preventing of ID fraud, we've talked about the biometric liveness. This eKYC selfies detect spoofs as different from static BVN photos. NIN BVN linkage, so one person, one ID blocks synthetics. We say there's been a drop of 60% in the fraud. NIBS person of interest watch list, 13K plus flagged fraudsters shares across banks with 58% prevention rise. Geofencing, device locks, suspicious SIM swaps, etc. And telcos have saved billions of dollars in fines. And then AI risk scoring, real-time anomaly detection during onboarding. And we have an example of a fintech saving, was able to serve over 40 million users safely. Detection of identity fraud. Identity fraud detection involves real-time monitoring. So if you could move on, thank you. AI analytics and biometric checks to identify stolen or synthetic IDs before losses occur. It's important to note that once a loss is occurred, it's usually very difficult to gain back the losses. So there must be a lot of emphasis on prevention. In Nigeria's context, NIBS BVN systems exemplify this. And we talked about the 39%. Remember it, 39, just one less than 40% fraud drop shown in previous data. Now, the core detection methods are the biometric verification. And one of the key ones is liveness detection. So, in fact, some of the liveness detection systems will also take a scan of your environment. So it is not just you, or they'll tell you, take your ID card, put it to your face. Yeah, smile for the camera, that kind of thing, so that they can just be sure that you've not stolen a picture and put it with an ID and then use it. So that eKYC selfie, analyze micro movements, your blinking, your light reflection, etc. Then, of course, you have fingerprints, face matching. The beautiful thing about this is as technology is growing, smartphones, AI, etc., all of these things are bringing into the tune together, working in tune to detect fraud. Now, we also have AI and anomaly detection. So behavioral analytics, for instance, even you suddenly wake up in the middle of the night and you promise someone that I'm going to send you money today, but it's just before midnight and you want to say, oh, let me send now. The system will pick that up and say, Ngwa, why are you sending money at 12:01 or 11:59? It might block it, But then there are some things in terms of risk scoring. This flags unusual patterns like rapid logins from new locations, high-value transfers, post-dormancy, machine learning, which assigns fraud probability during onboarding, etc., etc. And then synthetic ID detection, which cross-checks data inconsistency. For instance, a child's social security number, whereas you like to have seen an adult credit history. Also, in terms of detection of identity fraud, we're talking about document and device intelligence. So there's some forensic analytics that can now be done with the tools. While I was at Deloitte, there were certain tools we had, and we made a lot of money from digital forensic. And we had some OCR tools that helps to check, detect forgeries, etc. But now you have your smartphones and devices which can actually pick up some of these things in terms of your fingerprints, your tracks, your IP address, your operating system, your browser signatures. If there's a SIM swap, it flags it. And then sometimes it geofences it. You go to another location. So for instance, if you leave Nigeria and you go to the UK or you go to Canada or you go to Australia or go to China, immediately you get a text saying, welcome to China, welcome to Shanghai, welcome to London, welcome to Brussels, or welcome to Houston. I am wondering, how does my phone know? Are my village people following me? Your village people is the geofencing, which is now detected, bouncing off networks, etc., to discover that you're no longer in the location you used to be. But that is also a tool for fraud detection. And then in terms of electronic know your customer allows banks and fintech apps to verify your identity in seconds using BVN or NIN without needing physical documents. That's why you can open accounts on apps like OPay or PalmPay from your phone. Your biometric and identity data are checked in real time. Now, response to fraud to ID fraud. Responses to identity fraud involve immediate containment, reporting, remediation, and prevention upgrades. In Nigeria, protocols leverage NIPS, EFCC, CBN, and NIMC for rapid resolution, minimizing the 25 billion annual losses discussed earlier. Immediate action. You must take action in the first 24 hours. Action must be taken to freeze accounts, contact bank instantly via the app, hotline, or if you have a block on your phone. BVN blocks all linked across the institutions, and they have secure devices, change your passwords, enable two-factor authentication, run antivirus scans, and then alert contacts, notify your friends, family, or potential scams using your identity. In terms of response to ID fraud, bank or NIMS, you can use their app, you can use online or person of interest report. Please scroll to the next one. The purpose is to freeze the account and trace the fraud. Timeline less than an hour. For EFCC, you can go to the info@efcc.gov.ng and official EFCC. Interestingly, as Mr. Donatus was speaking earlier in the morning, I remember that many people that we used to be or were together in this community of ACFE are now leaders in our country today in the vanguard of fighting corruption, fraud, and misconduct. So one of our number is the EFCC chairman today. One of our number is the managing director of other agencies. We have ministers who are part of our community. We have people in very senior leadership we have senators who are members of the community. We have speakers of houses. Maybe very soon we'll have governors and maybe a president who will be part of our community. So this is a very prestigious community. I just thought to chip that in when I saw EFCC. So the purpose is criminal prosecution. 24 to 48 hours, EFCC can swing into action. For Nigerian Identity Management, Commission, their airpoint and websites are there. They could do an NIN suspension 1 to 3 days. For the police, their cybercrime portal, and luckily we have an Inspector General of Police who's also one of us and very up to the task. In terms of this, the police are available 24 hours, and then the Central Bank of Nigeria, interestingly, colleagues at the Central Bank at the highest levels as well. In terms of fraud awareness, portals, systemic alerts, that is instant. Now, I would like us to go to some war stories. I won't spend too much time on them. I will just flash them, and I'll pause for us to have conversations, questions, etc. Please scroll to the war stories, key Nigerian convictions. There's a story of Rabiu Ali Salisu in 2025. Complete identity theft, posed as a certain Matthew Ramsey, US citizen, to defraud Deborah Woods of about 950 million Naira equivalent via a romance scam. Stole American identity details, used fake profiles for 2 years, arrested, faced charges. The impact was exposed BVN NIN sales network feeding international scams, and a number of other stories feed into this. Saidu, Adam, Usman, and Yusuf Umar created or sold compromised financial accounts, 400 million Naira fraud value, stolen identity accounts from NIBS reports. They distributed fake BVN link accounts for laundering. The police arrested them, and they're also part of the Rabo group. We also have war stories relating to the Yahoo boys in Edo State, and the conviction of 41 of them in 3 months, where Edo led Nigeria cyber. There was a sweep in cybercrime situations in Edo. We also have this multi-year US case of Nigerian origin, stole over 1,000 US identities. I saw another one yesterday where a Nigerian couple in the UK appeared to have stolen thousands of Transport for London identities for some fraudulent purposes, it appears. We also have the case of Kingsley Utulu in the US. In terms of convictions, I thought we should share details of convictions as well. 63 months in prison. It was a question of US Tax Firms Act, and then another Nigerian 40 months in prison. I'd like to thank you very much for listening. I tried to go through it very quickly because it's a monologue. It would have been easier if I was in person, and sadly, I'm unable to be around. I had a stakeholder meeting till very late last night, and another one in another hour, so I'm unable to join you. But thank you very much. Do we have any questions? You can scroll to the end of the documents, please, where we have questions, and then my contact details in case you wanted to contact us at FCGL in the UK. Our contact is there on the next slide. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Always a pleasure to be with ACFE. I'm happy to take questions now.
Thank you so much, Mr. Beulah. I want to say that before we start taking our question, let's have the privilege of sharing his profile, because the little I saw, he speaks English, French, and Yoruba. So those who ask questions in French, you are absolutely welcome. If Yoruba is convenient for you, he will do justice to it as well. Then if you speak plenty Dogo Turunchi, you know that he's capable of answering. So shall we have the profile, please, quickly? Mr. Abiy, you please pardon us at this point. Let's just properly identify with you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. If we can't see all, I think I can do this from here. Mr. Beulah is an accomplished executive leader with nearly 2 decades, that's 20 years of global experience in risk management, corporate governance, forensic services, financial restructuring, and business integrity. Initiative that cuts across various sectors, including oil and gas, financial services, government, and international development. Beulah has earned a reputation as a strategic advisor and transformational leader, capable of managing high-stake investigations, navigating complex regulatory landscapes, and driving sustainable growth for multinational organizations. Having worked with top global firms such as Deloitte, KPMG, and EWS and Young, Beulah has led strategic projects for industry giants like Chevron, Shell, Total, Nigerian liquefied natural gas, LNG, and bulk oil storage, and transport, that's BOAST, where his leadership in restructuring, compliance, and operational risk management has consistently delivered measurable improvement. His unique ability to balance financial oversight, operational transformation, and regulatory compliances has made him an invaluable asset to multinational corporations. As I said, fluent in English, French, and Yoruba, Beulah brings a diverse perspective and is highly adept at identifying emerging risks and opportunities within the global business landscape. His expertise in forensic data analysis, fraud investigations, anti-bribery and corruption compliance, and anti-money laundering makes him a highly sought after advisor and thought leader in the oil and gas sector, in our finance and governance sectors. Let me just leave that at that. So obviously, he has a very long profile, and with what we have said, we know that definitely the gentleman that spoke to you is an expert in the field. And I want to believe we've had some insight that we can take away from his presentation this morning. So on that note, as I said, if we have any questions, we will gladly take them within the room and online, so that whatever doubts or gray areas that we have can be properly attended to. Okay. We have 2 people online already. From within in the room, do you have any questions? Do you have any comments? Do you have areas you want answered? That's 1. Who else? Okay. 2. Is that all? Okay, fine. Let's start with those online. Can you please put them on? Who's that? Okay, Dr. Godsiniro, and who else? And Chioma. Okay, our first lecturer, Onyekwelu, right? Is that Onyekelu or Onyekwelu? Onyekelu. Okay, so, all right, so we're going to first
have Dr. Godson, if you can ask your question, and then,
Yeah, hello.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead.
hello. Okay.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, good day, our presenter. You've done justice to this. I just want to ask one question, and that question is, we have various means of digital identification in Nigeria, NIM, the BVN, and all the rest. Why is it difficult to have a national repository that you just fall back on when you want to get anything done? Correct. You know, instead of they call you today for BVN, tomorrow they call you for NIM and the rest. You know, that is one. Two, do you really think that the status of our critical national infrastructure is really robust enough to help us in this drive to, you know, get the digital identity issue handled? Because there's a rising crime in this area. So these are the two questions. Thank you. How many nights did you take? I wanted to, but I'm the Uber is here when I come back. Okay.
Do you want me to respond to it immediately?
Go ahead, please.
Right. Okay. So thank you very much. The first question has to do with the, you know, whether we could have one unique identifier for, instead of, you know, the different, you know, identity elements coming together for the purpose. I think that it's a more political question than it is a utility question. And anyone that's been in Nigeria for a very long time understands that sometimes there are vested interests that prevents things from happening the way they should be. Interestingly, since leaving professional services, I've now gotten more involved in the political process myself because I think we need to give back to society. So I think that answer is more a political answer than it is a practical answer or a utility answer. But let us also look beyond that and look at other countries. In the UK, what would you say is that unique identifier for their citizens? Okay. Maybe the jury is out on that. Are you going to use their national identity number? Are you going to use their unique tax ID for companies? Are you going to use their, what are you going to use in the UK? And the UK has been coming for centuries, okay? Maybe in the US, you might think of their social security number, right? And an SSN helps you with almost everything. You put your social security number and it pops up with everything that you have, that you are. Maybe in the UK, if you use your registered address plus your postcode plus your birth name, you know, because you could use that for a credit check and to access things, etc. So the point is that apart from that political question of we have the methodology, we have the knowledge, we have the expertise, we have the experience, why don't we just get one unique identifier? Maybe it's 11 digits or 15 digits or 20 digits, and it tells me everything about Biola J, or it tells me everything about Mr. Pius Adebo, or it tells me something about my Oga Donatus, or the president, for instance, or a governor, or a senator, or a minister. We have the tools to do that, but NIN is a NIMSI project. BVN is a NIBS project with the bank. EKYC, maybe the banks and this and that and the other. Until we stop working in silos, we probably will not get to that answer. The beautiful thing is that even with those disparate, oh, why are we not talking about your passport number? You know, your passport or your so there are snippets. There are snippets of places where we can get those identities. When you put it together, then you're having a multi-factor authentication for the identification of the person. It's probably an unintended benefit of this, but maybe in the future we'll be able to put it together as one. That's one. The second one is the infrastructure to support all of these systems we have. the uptime of banks has improved significantly over time. So you don't have banks going offline for days on end. At best, they're going offline for only hours. And usually it will be an exception rather than the rule. So I think Nigeria has actually done quite well in terms of availability of technology and infrastructure. The problem is the cost. Whether the cost is sustainable over time, but in any case, they charge us for it and we pay for it. You go to certain countries in Africa and even in Europe, and I dare say that some of them are not as sophisticated in terms of our banking systems as we are. In Nigeria, you can almost think of anything and it is done. Our fintechs are active and they get regulation approvals and stuff. So we're actually quite advanced. In other parts of the country, of the world, no, not quite. So maybe we're not there technologically, but there's something also called the leapfrog theory, where we've not reached, where we're not going in our development in a stepwise approach. I'll give an example. As a child, we used to have these phones where you dial it like this, and then it goes back. If you dial 0, it goes back to 0. You dial 9, it goes back to 9. What next did we have? Then we had, remember those big phones? I had one of those. I was one of the first adopters. Those phones that look like walkie-talkies. And then they became slicker and slicker and slicker. And in future, you wouldn't need to hold the device. You just talk into the air and, talk of black magic or white magic. The point is, as technology is growing, Nigeria is leapfrogging. We could not fix NITEL, but our telcos are working. So that's a leapfrog. In fact, we're doing 5G or whatever new G it is. So I think that, yes, we may struggle with basic infrastructure, but Nigeria is also very good at abandoning the old and facing the new. We don't know how long that would help us, and maybe it is helping us to miss a gap, miss an opportunity to train our people, for our people to be, technical, because we have a lot of charlatans, right? But beyond that, I think the technology backbone is still able to sustain what we have for now. And this will be my responses. Thank you for the questions.
Okay, thank you so much, sir, for that insightful presentation. So, apparently, I was so happy you even talked about the UK, because currently the UK is talking about having a digital ID that will enable people to have access to different services. And it's currently open for public consultation. I think that's ending next month. And the whole fear in all this having a central database is how these documents will be protected. But the good thing about what the UK is proposing is that the repository, or it will be stored in your phone, really. And I think from what I've understood so far, it might have like some elements, because I think that it's still open for public consultation. So it might have some elements of ZK proof. So if you know about ZK proof, that's zero knowledge proof, you should be able to say that this person is who I believe that I'm dealing with, without sharing too much. Because right now, for instance, what we see is a case of, oh, give me your driver's license, and you won't use it for something else. Maybe you just want to use it in a shop, and then your age, your date of birth is there. Those details are too much information for that particular case, right? It's a case of, oh, you just give the person the ID without knowing too much, and then you're getting what you want. So I'll be very glad to hear your view on the recent proposal by the UK, because it's still open for consultation, and probably shed more light on that as well. Thank you.
Okay, so and thank you very much for sharing this. The point I was making, which we've also supported, is the fact that even in advanced countries, so the UK is a $6 trillion country, and I think sixth largest economy in the world, but of course by far number one global financial center of the world. They are still grappling with the issues of identity. And you're exactly right. You go to a local store and you want to buy alcohol, or you want to buy, or your corner shop in London and you want to buy a knife. Okay, you can't buy a knife in the UK if you're not 18 or over, but they tell you to give an identity. So if you give your ID card, either it is your some form of an ID, that's too much information for a local store. If it is one of those places where they make a photocopy, then you've also proliferated your information in a place where you should ordinarily not share that information. So imagine a system where maybe you use your retina scan or something, you can authenticate that the person in front of them is such and such a person. And then the exact information that they require is what to utilize. I'm also aware of a grant the United Kingdom is giving out in the next, it's ending at the end of April in another 28 days or something. Not 28 days, another 19 days or something, where they're trying to use AI and quantum computing for cyber resilience. And they're asking people with that kind of knowledge to come and help them. In the UK, you have maybe about 7 or 8 quantum computers, even a country that first world. And they're saying, well, but we know that we have a problem with cyber security, cyber resilience, identity fraud, and identity theft, etc. We want the best from the industry and the private sector to come and help us, and we're putting money behind it. I think it's £5 million or something for you to come and help them to do that. So the world is still grappling with this. We also need to understand that this is an emerging area of our lives. The life we have today is different from what we had as children. We didn't know that you could tell Siri something. Who's Siri, for instance? And Siri talks back to you, tells you what date it is, tells you about your life. Or you could go to AI tools, and then you don't have to really sit in a class and be sweating under the sun, African sun, for anything. AI, whether it's ChatGPT or Perplexity or Claude or Copilot or Gemini, chance things for you, and those is new risk we have in this. So just to mention that, yes, thank you very much for your input. I absolutely agree. The world is still grappling with this, and that's also an opportunity for us as certified product examiners to put our hands up and be counted and contribute one way or the other to shaping the new world.
Answer your question, madam. Okay, shall we have shall we take questions from inside?
Thank you, participants and colleagues. This is an environment where we put heads together to see what is happening in the industry, especially what we are seeing now. My inquiries has to be, maybe I can call it emerging issues when it comes to identity fraud. This we have been observing in the last 2 months or thereabout. The first one is a customer coming to deny that I never opened account in your bank. Like I called it, it's an emerging issues. Maybe I will start to put 1 or 2 things together in the light of the acceptance of glitch with the body that registered account in the country. A customer is coming to deny an existing account in your bank. Say, I only have account in bank A. I do not have account in bank B. But bank B has that account name in his book, has a different BVN from the one existing in bank A in its book, and is the same account name. How possible? But it's happening. But it's happening now. So something must be happening, which is an observation. Like I said, this is a forum for us to put us together. It's happening. We have noticed it since around February, and is becoming big. We have also observed that BVN that used to be 1 per person individuals are now having more than one BVN. Yes, please. It is a new thing in the industry. We don't know how it's happening, but it's beginning to happen. Like I said, I call it emerging issue in identity theft. Yes, an individual is now having more than one BVN, which has been established, and we have had investigations to this effect. So I think I will not be surprised when the body that the regulatory body in the banking industry said we will begin to see a lot of innovations coming. Maybe you will only have one mobile number to attach. I want to believe they are seeing signals. So it's only one mobile number that will be attached to BVN, so that they begin to curtail what we are observing lately. Like I said, emerging issues in fraud identity. Thank you. We can discuss it. Thank you.
Who is the next person, please?
Yeah, my colleague.
Okay.
Sorry. The next person.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
My question has already been answered when he attended to Dr. Iro's question. However, that is based on centered on having a central repository. I'll call it repository, where each user, I'm using user in this case, customer, should be able to be verified at the point of onboarding. Just like my colleague, Dr. Badejo, raised, recently, we've been seeing cases of identity theft, accounts opened by customers using specific details that can only be known by the customer himself or herself. However, these accounts are being denied by the purported owners, as opened by them. I have a case with one of these fintechs. In fact, at the point of that engagement, that was when the customer in that bank stated that the account was not opened by him. So it raises concerns on the process flow of onboarding customers. The need to have a single repository for identity, customers' identities. If we're using NIN, we should stick to NIN. For instance, if we have a case where a customer was flagged for a fraudulent activity, and he or she has abandoned the accounts opened in Bank A and is moving on to a fintech where is acclaimed or is possible to open accounts on the go. At that point, we should have an API call, back-end integration, where if these details or credential is supplied, a call should be made back-end to confirm that identity. And where it has been flagged or it has been identified to be involved in a fraudulent activity, such account onboarding process should be discontinued. I think this will help to curtail this incident cases we're having on identity theft. Thank you.
You can address these concerns now, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much. So for the first one, it's interesting you mentioned that in terms of the emerging issues, they've also been emerging for quite a while. I recall, this was the years back, I'm trying to remember how many years now, maybe 5, 6 years. I had a facility with a bank. And because of my, I found out from a credit report that a facility had been taken out on my behalf of, I think it was 10 million at the time, and the facility was performing. So somebody in the bank had used my details, taken out a facility, and was paying back the loan. It was what was interesting was I wrote to the bank severally and asked them that, I didn't take this facility. Oh, by the way, you need to clear this out on my credit report, etc. This was several years ago. Despite the fact that I knew the bank at the highest levels, it then had to do with credit agencies, this and that and the other. If I knew this question was going to come, I would have shared documents relating to that. One of the things relating, so this has been going on for a while. It's probably just evolved. The other thing which we noted in terms of the creation of accounts in the traditional banks, it's different now that it can be even proliferated because you then have all these fintechs and the level of KYC is different. Is that sometimes the traditional banks were using contract services and offshoring for the account opening. So you get these new graduates from the Polytechnic or colleges of education or federal or all these other schools, and then tell them to come and be the customer service people to open bank accounts. In one bank where we did some kind of security vulnerability assessment, we saw that there was a camera over the room where those people were entering the data. And at the end of the day, some of those people will take some of the data, from the cameras, and we're able to replicate creating accounts or take email accounts, email addresses of some of the people that had opened their accounts in the daytime, and then send them phishing emails, etc., etc. It took some kind of significant vulnerability assessment, etc., to find that. So these have been going on, and I think the idea is a collaborative approach from the kind of investigations you've done to then identify how this were curtailed and how they can then be dealt with. And sir, for the other question you had about identities and the issues also relating to hello, can anyone hear me?
I definitely hear you, please.
Yeah, so in relating to the situation relating to account opening on multiple platforms, I think I agree with you. The repository can be made more intelligent, and like you mentioned, APIs, backward integration, information sharing, so that if there is a person of interest or there's a flag, then it should go across board. The other thing might also be the rights of the individuals, their constitutional rights, their banker-customer relationship things, and the fact that you could then, it's always a battle. We've seen where financial institutions have abused this. But again, it should be a balance at the end of the day. And hopefully we'll get an answer that is beneficial to the customer and beneficial to the industry. Thank you.
So, has all our concerns been addressed and properly so? Us taking our time to, address us this morning. As is customary with ACFE, as you can see, we have a plaque here to appreciate your contribution to the ACFE and to fraud fighting generally. I have the singular privilege of presenting this and receiving it too on your behalf. I hope I can do that.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that, sir.
Mr. Abdullah, this is from us to you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good. Thank you so very much. And we equally have a letter of appreciation. Do we have it here, please? Okay. That will be sent to you along with the plaque. So thank you so very much for your time and for sharing your expertise with us, okay? You have more of that from us.
Thank you. I just also wanted to say that in my study, I have another plaque. And this says, This says the 28th of November 2019.
Wow,
And I have
that's good.
orders from the
It's been an
AFC.
age.
It's been a while, and I
Yeah,
thank you for the
definitely.
opportunity and privilege all the time.
Definitely, we've come a long way. So
Here we
thank you very
have.
much on behalf of the board, ESCO, and every single participant, both those in the room and those online. I want to say thank you so much for your time once more.
All right, thank you so
We'll
much.
definitely find a way to have this get across to you. Thank you so much.
Fine.
Okay. So haven't done this. I think at this time we shall be taking a break for. Oh, okay. We'll have the last speaker. Or have another speaker in the. Oh, Al Capone, you are truly welcome. So I think at this time we're going to have to. At this time, yeah. Just give me a minute, please. Let's decide what to do. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to commence the seventh technical session for this conference. And we're going to do this instead of going for lunch. We'll take this session, at the end of which we'll have our lunch, and thereafter prepare for the annual general meeting. All right. I need to emphasize that the annual general meeting, the AGM, is strictly for financial members. Please. So once we're done with this session, we'll file out to take our lunch, and thereafter we shall reassemble to have the AGM. So this technical section is on the human factor in digital world. The human factor in a digital world. Why culture, ethics, and whistleblowing still matter. The human factor in a digital world. Why culture, ethics, and whistleblowing still matter. And to take us through this session is no other than Mr. Alfred Ononubo, FC, FIP, FC, FIN, FIAF. We're going to ask Mr. Alfred Ononubo to please step out while we ask our IT people to run his citation. Thereafter, I implore us all to please give him a rapt attention so that he will do justice to this very session. His citation, please.
Dilichuku Ononubo, FC, FIP, FCCFI, FIAF. A powerhouse in forensics and criminal intelligence. Dilichuku is a managing director and security consultant at Bell Protocol and Security Support Services Limited with extensive expertise in investigations, intelligence gathering, and security strategy. Fellow Certified Forensics Investigation Professional FCFIP. Fellow Chartered Certified Forensic Investigators FCCFI. Fellow International Academy of Forensics FIAF. Specialist in forensic investigation, criminal intelligence, and security consulting. As a forensics investigator and criminal intelligence expert, Dilichuku brings decades of practical, real-world insights to strengthen fraud detection, investigative techniques, and organizational security frameworks. Insightful, experienced, committed to mentoring and empowering professionals. Don't miss the chance to learn from one of the industry's top forensic and intelligence minds. A session designed to sharpen your investigative skills and fraud prevention strategies. Level up your anti-fraud expertise. Ladies and gentlemen, Dilichuku Ononubo.
To them, okay, thank you. Pardon me, I know we won't take a lot of time, so let me suffer this. This is part of the sabotage. I'm going to blow whistle on myself here now. Okay.
All right. While I'm battling with this, I had hoped it will go so easy. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I greet you all and I welcome you to this amazing conference. Now, I'll be dealing with what we're all grappling with. Okay. We are grappling with the challenge of digitalization. We're also looking at the cultural and ethical dimensions to dealing with the problems of digitalization. And I'm sure in many ways, we've all had experiences that has kind of sent us thinking. We have so many activities that impedes on people's privacy. We have crime assuming such an unparalleled dimension since the world began because of our proximity to the digital space. And if you have not been affected, either they hacked your phone and stole your identity, just like the last speaker was sharing. We are dealing a lot with identity theft. And it's all part of the package of digitalization. In our effort to solve problems, we've made also ourselves vulnerable. And there is no remedy, immediate remedy. Because as you are developing an app to checkmate one criminal activity, the criminals themselves are developing capacity to evade detection. And then at the back bench is a phenomenal rise in poverty that has compelled people to embrace values that are unethical, whether in the workplace or in businesses or even in the private or public sector. We're all clear that when you walk into a government space today, you might not come out exactly with your mission to that place because they will compel you to shift your ethical values. You will see reason to do things the wrong way, but justified. People are poor, and the question will be, why are we battling poverty and dealing with digitalization challenges at the same time? So we're going to look at the culture. I'm also going to take time to just look at the ethical alignments and then whistleblowing. It is in the whistleblowing aspect that we will now be able to look at where do we come in. As certified fraud examiners, automatically you are a whistleblower. You don't need another designation to tell you that your job is to expose unethical practices. But the question is, are you a product of ethical principles? Because an insecure man cannot secure the insecure. If you put your finger inside oil, they will always warn you that you are not safe with your clothes until you have washed your fingers clean so that there will be no stain on you. So let me take maybe 2 minutes again to see if I can send this to my friends there. I'm wondering why I'm struggling with this, but I'll be fine. All right. Okay, I think finally.
Finally. Okay, thank you. So please help me with the PowerPoint so we just run through. Now, let me lay a foundation. Most nations are built on social security welfare systems. Now, follow me gently. What the social security welfare system does is that it simulates, it takes cognizance of the limitations and social security shortfalls in that society, which implies that when we are building a nation, we must think about an aspect of security, not kinetics. We are so conscious of kinetics, and once the word security is mentioned, kinetics comes to our mind, how to protect ourselves from threats. But there are social threats that requires no aggression. It takes charge of the entire society. It drops hopelessness in them. It injures their confidence and trust in governance. It removes them from the considerations of those with supposed mandate and makes them vulnerable. Now, the absence of social security has helped to destroy the democratic efforts that we've been running all this while. Why? Because a lot of people do not have the capacity to build on the democratic culture and the ethics of patriotism. So what happens is that there are difficult situations, there are challenges, becomes a target for politically exposed people, knowing that accommodates the basic needs. Give him a job as PAMSEC or as a motor park tout or even a cleaner in your house. You have acquired threats and imposed it on yourself. There is a behavioral disability or dysfunctionality attendant to having people within your space. So there is a growing threat. Now with this, the digital platform or the digital technology came into play. And these same hungry and desperate people are beginning to have ideas and knowledge that these tools could be used to address their personal fears, their personal challenges and limitations. And they are building, I hope we're together. Okay, because I'm seeing some people giving me a good dose. I know you've spent a lot of time here. So we have this challenge. Please, when you are ready, let me know. So we are dealing with these challenges on a regular basis. And you'll be wondering, why is it so? Why are we dealing with this? Why are we talking about the place of digital enhancement or improvement or digital technology in our current world, despite our culture? Now, the absence of social security impedes on our culture as well. Yet the culture may say, don't steal. The culture may forbid lying. The culture may forbid certain unethical practices. But the reality on ground compels people to say, if you know do am, how you go take manage? In today's Nigeria, and please, I'm not political, it will be impossible for a civil servant to become a landlord. Generations of our children in colleges and universities might never own a car till they die. And the best they could drive could be Tokumbos. Maybe second, third generation used cars. Because of affordability. I want us to go home together. Now, these same people sit in the same society and they see their contemporaries who were not as smart, who were not as intellectually exposed, leveraging on resources, public resources. Averagely, an average Nigerian politically exposed person goes with a caveat about the sources of their wealth. Why am I talking about politically exposed people? Because they are the managers
of our commonwealth. Elections are supposed to put or give them a mandate to represent us and manage and distribute our resources, enhance our service delivery systems, and ensure integrity in the process. But give them 20 million and say, it's constituency project. I'm just picking examples we can relate with. You will find out that the man himself gets a surrogate company, somebody that speaks the same language of crime with him, not necessarily ethnic. And they arrange, what we will get from this thing? And they build figures into something that ordinarily, if we went by the out of place values, they will be far removed from, oh, thank you. They will be removed from the figures you see. There is padding, the highest, holiest chamber that regulates the constitution and the democratic values of a society, committing fraud, committing all manner of unethical things because they want to factor their personal interest. And here we are, fraud examiners, whistleblowers. We are here. You dare not talk because the system makes you subservient. You are an employee. And then the civil service rule makes you further slave to the system, that you possess no capacity to question or expose because of oath of secrecy, which is not secrecy, but perverted version, interpreted by those who operate the system and running a very dangerous system that scams you. So you will be victim of, if you can't beat them, join them. And we are guilty. We carry these scars deep inside of us. They say, there's this saying that something ate and something, and then the teeth of something else was, goat eat chop grass. Now the teeth, shit. Now goat teeth, gone rot. And we move around with this. Ultimately, you'll find out that there is an emotional reconstitution and recalibration that takes place slowly inside you. And you won't even know when you join the beat. You don't have light, you need a generator. This is light that is supposed to be basic amenity. Water. I can't remember the last time I saw water from my tap, from government source. Probably I'm over 60, so I'm wondering when last. These are part of the product or byproduct of social security welfare system. You don't need to beg for it. You don't need to beg for money to be a landlord, because the system recognizes that there is a contribution you are making to the system, and you are entitled to social security benefits, which includes good health, housing, shelter, which is housing. What else? Good education, opportunities, equal opportunities for employment, social amenities. Where are they? I'm sure none of us here is 20 years. Maybe I'm mistaken. My forensic eyes, no, they see well again. What is the hope? So, we now have to deal with these challenges. So this is my overview. Today's world is experiencing what could best be described as digital invasion. Why is that so? Because the situation and scenario has exposed us. We are more prone to our fears than our strength and confidence. You don't even know what your status will be by the time you retire from service. I don't think most Nigerians believe in 60, 65 years retirement age. Because by the time you are 60 in the job, your shoe has eaten. You are still a tenant. And you are begging landlord every year, you have to do a job to be able to pay rent. Your children cannot afford good education that you enjoyed growing up. I don't know when last you heard about free education. And education in good climes are designed to equip the citizens to occupy and fill in production lines, platforms that drive development and progress. That is not where we are. So the digital challenge came as a bomb. Why? Because you can enjoy a lot of privacy exploring the digital platforms. That's the first danger. For a man without social security benefits, privacy is a tool, and you exploit it. Unfortunately, some of us belong to the cadre that we might not be tech savvy, but our children from secondary school have become gurus. The things they do online, if you know about them, we might be tempted to deny them publicly. So it has entrenched criminality. And you are a fraud examiner. How do you compete with the digital speed as a fraud examiner? How do you detect the unethical activities as a whistleblower? Where does culture, growing up in some of our cultures, when you are given a gift, you know they chop am for road though. Eh? What happens? Can somebody help me? Take it home.
You have to take the gift home, show your parents that this has been given to you. Now it is not left to the parents to tell you if you should eat it or. Okay.
And what do you think was the reason?
Yes, the reason is simple. It's part of protection for the child. It's also part of educating the child on the culture, the tenets, and attributes peculiar to the family system. So that when that child grows up, he'll be able to protect himself and eventually live longer. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It also breeds transparency and accountability. Your child trusts you. Your word trusts you to say to you, Mr. A gave me so. They are not giving it to the child because of that child. They are giving it to that child probably because of the credentials of the parents or benefactors. And accountability. If you collected the ones that will harm you, you have, by divulging that vital critical information, escalated to the right authority that Mr. A was in possession of this and transferred it to me. Go and check your account. There are funds that found their way to our account. We just say, praise the Lord. Are we together? And these are illegitimate resources. There was one election, they invited me to do due diligence on the ballot paper. So we took our equipment to the place. We have equipment that can check fingerprints and select multiple impressions. So when we got to this senator, and we have agreed that we are coming to help him, he now called us. He said we should meet him at the hotel. We said, but we came here to work for you, sir. He said, hold on. That this thing you want to do, are you sure you will not go and expose my own? And my own will be more than my opponent. I said, but you are challenging the outcome of the election. And the truth is that the law provides, and you must be conversant with the provisions of the law as a fraud examiner. You can't act independent of the letters. And the man refused that we should proceed. He said, we are going to pay you. We are going to pay you, but we want to use you to harass our opponent. I was wondering, how will he harass? Because we are unbiased arbiters. My machine will select 300,000 finger-printed ballot papers if they are inconsistent with one man, one vote. He called us after everything. He decided, I will pay you people off. The fact that you came here has sent jitters to their camps. So I looked at my colleague from Ghana and I said, Lord, what are we going to do? He said, let him pay us. We've traveled to this place. He decided he wasn't going to honor the contract. We owe him no obligation than to do the job. So we'll execute if he permits. He's our paymaster. And we collected our money quietly. He paid well. And he didn't pay us in Naira because he didn't want his wrong fund tracing to identify from where and to where. So he gave us words of dollars. Okay, I'll stop there. I don't want to talk more so that hey, bros, calm down. No. Well, it was enough to protect his mind. So we now sat down later to analyze. How long will this continue? These are the reasons why they steal. They are not stealing to make the society better. They are accumulating to be able to fight off threats that can bring them down. So we face that difficulty. So the society on its own has been eating deep. And like I told you, without social security, your choices are few. And I want this to sink because I've said this to National Assembly members. You are entitled to social security. You can't imagine that people work for 30 years, 35 years, retire, and they are lined up like animals. Where is their security? I hope you understand that. Their forms part, allowances and programs sponsored by government and all that. Esther code. But they are being eaten into by pervert, ill-mannered, exposed entities. And they have institutionalized themselves. So for a fraud examiner, it's a tall call. It's a big order. So the human factor is what I've been trying to put together. So you can see that we have depreciated and fallen so low, morally, ethically, and otherwise. Reviving and bringing us to where we place value on ethical considerations in our public service is going to be a miracle. Do you agree with me, please? Do you agree with me? So, what are we supposed to do? Where do we go from here? You employ people. I do criminal background checks for clients, and I have seen situations we did biometrics, I think I left my phone in that place. Okay, I remember, this is Lagos. I felt so comfortable that I'm with, thank you, sir. I felt, there are two, with my bag. Thank God, peace will not be inside the bag. Just hold it, sir. Keep it for me, sir. So you find that, people we are dying by the day. So how do we break this madness? How do we move forward? How do we conquer again? I was a child in this society when Parents will share how much they earn. My father and my mother had joint account. And I don't know whether they quarreled over it or not. But they were taking care of us and our siblings and extended family members. They were not borrowing. They lived within their means. But today, even your own entitlements are not enough to sustain you. Much more, the pressure from social networks and connections. So we are squeezed in. So we are looking for the human factor in digital transformation. How can we now begin to visualize building, are we together? How can now we visualize building a structure that will entrench ethical practices? Because that is why we are here. That's the reason we are here. How can we drive the awareness for the creation of social security welfare systems that will mitigate on the extreme exposures to crime? Because the tools that are being offered to us by technology were intended to solve our problems, but they are enslaving us. Those who invented WhatsApp did it to reduce the time you send letter from point A to point B. But people have lost their wives to WhatsApp. Hello? If we check our WhatsApps now, you will be speaking in tongues in this place. Because integrity, ethical considerations are not recognized in this space. Children abuse values and culture. They don't recognize it anymore. I watched a few days ago something that would never have happened. Young girls saying that they make 15 million a day by opening their body to people who have money. And they are in the open social media space with their faces uncovered, making money without ethical consideration, impeding on our culture that is so morally driven that you don't know who is going to watch that video next. It could be your 14, 12, 10 years old child, because they play with your phone and they know the websites where they can see those things. Instagram, Facebook, and other, TikTok. Unimaginable things. Small girls of 10, 15 years going naked. Pure nudity. And no censoring. So they need to meet up the production of goods and compelling demands for efficient service delivery, created a market that drives digital revolution. They have found a market. And people develop all manner of apps. OPay is one of them. Please, I have due respect for OPay. But because criminals are always ahead, they figured out that you can use OPay to scam people. And you will not be able to quickly get the money on them. Money point. Please, we are sharing this for knowledge purposes, not to demarket these people. Please. But we must accept the reality. These are digital platforms. People now can send you a code, and with that code, they will access your phone and access your private information and withdraw money from your account. Identity theft, somebody mentioned it just a while ago, has become so common. These are the dangers of the digital space. And these are the things challenging us. Can we bring back the culture of integrity and merit? Can we invent ideas and applications that can checkmate the random criminal invasions that we are suffering within the digital space? My sincere answer is yes. It's going to take us time, but we can deal with this. It's not a one-man job. It's a job we will rise up as an association and begin to dig around, put resources to do research, and find, look at our brains. I hope you are ACFE members or you are hirelings. They are hirelings. They are here for their daily pay. But for those of us who wear this cap, Oyibo get sense. Do you know that even when they catch a criminal, they try to run him to take things from his brain? How he thinks, how he was able to navigate, beat their checks, and succeeded in hurting people. Our own culture is the other side. Solely. Kilo de, kilo febai. I'm your mother. Even your parents will abuse you, curse you. Nobody says, come, this child. This idea you are playing with, how did you come about it? He will educate the parents and save them from being victims tomorrow. Because of our culture. That intimacy between children and their parents and family ties. We must give this a serious consideration. Now, we're also looking at, yes, we can't brag about production. If you buy certain things now, I can tell you, the quality control is near zero. There are phones, if you go and buy iPhone, some of the iPhone, na India make them, some na Pakistan. But they want to sell it online. They'll go and hire celebrities, give them money, and they are selling substandard products. Because our whistleblowing is not exclusive to financial fraud. Please get that. We blow whistle when truth is being buried. We blow the whistle when values are being impeded, when merit are being replaced with mediocrity. Now, the sad truth is, I went, God bless you, help me open it. I need that water. Now listen, in the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, there is actually no provision for the functions of whistleblowers and how they can be protected. Yes, ICPC has something and a few other acts, but they have no constitutional ground. There is no constitutional backing. How can a country that is exposed, do you know how much they swindle Nigerians by foreigners? Go to the embassies. You want to apply for visa, you will pay through your nose. And nobody checks these people. You have people that they give contracts to do, equip schools. They go to China, bring substandard things, get waiver, and yet produce receipts and invoices that they bought them at such unbearable prices. There's a lot for us to do. The people are bleeding. And at this rate, I can tell you, we will never be able to build a financial stability that can guarantee us our expected or dreamed social security benefit standards. So, culture is very critical. Why? Part of what we do when we are making ethical considerations is to protect those values, those cultural values that mark us. I recall when my elder brother graduated, those days they will buy you a car. Community will contribute money and buy you a car. So when he graduated, before he could get home, they gave him a job in Liver Brothers. I don't know, some of you don't know Liver Brothers, but some of us do. And when he went to Liver Brothers, they presented him 2 cars and asked him to choose one. And he chose the 304 or something. That's around 1973, 74. They say he should. So he now drove it home. When he got home, unfortunately for him, my mother was the first person to see the car. She called my father and said, look, oh, I don't know who is entering our compound. I hope there's no problem. You know, you can imagine the thinking at that time. Civil servants. And when finally my brother bounced down from the car, she started crying. He said, what is this? How did you come about and you bring this thing here? My father was like, allow him to enter first. What happened? They said, Lawrence, what happened? What? And he now brought out offer letter and said because he made second class upper, that they gave him a job with a car. And the first thing he did was to say, let me take it home and go and show at home. Culture. See where I'm going to. And when he got home, he explained, showed them the document. Before my father went inside and brought out a bottle of schnapps and called his elder brother and other people and they asked him, kneel down. We want to pray for you. Culture. What were they doing? There was whistle blowing. Who did the whistle blowing? My mother. There was ethical considerations. What were the ethical considerations? How did you get this thing? And of course, when he was able to explain and justify his owning such a thing, he was now given a recognition. He was embraced. The identity of the family was secured. I'm sure I'm telling tales that look far away from us. So we need to deal with alternative. A toxic culture can lead to unethical behavior. That is the one we are dealing with now. Toxic culture. Ethical values that are aggressively averse to morals. It is the digital platform. The same thing that is bringing us fantastic stories and benefits is also taking away our children, destroying our values, removing us from ethical considerations. It is not how you got the money, it is how much you have. Yesterday, 3-4 days ago, there's a musician they brought to my street and they drove with a long convoy. Wow, and they nearly knocked down people's children who were security at the gates. They did not think about that. They were so rich. So they drove in and only to find out that the gate at the other side had been locked. So the boys ran to go and help. And you could see the kind of venoms they poured on these innocent boys. Tomorrow they want to make money so that they can revenge and pay back somebody. Because they feel this man is popular. What made him popular? The digital space. He's popular on Instagram and all that. So we have that to deal with. The same way, these other state actors are using the same digital space to promote their obscenity. You see a young man that did not win election. They give him squads of military men. They are protecting him. Meanwhile, communities in the north central, northwest are being killed like rabbits without enough security. So our whistle-blowing responsibilities goes beyond just, we need to question how people stumble on these resources. We need to ask, why are quality of services that are being delivered? If you don't do that, you will be improving and fertilizing this toxic culture. And one day, you cannot sit in your house. They will demand that you pay ransom before you open your gate. I was with a police officer a few days ago, and a guy that committed, after abusing the police, gave him 500,000. That man's salary is not up to 300,000. But he collected it And he say, bros, we are the same. Now we. Matter closed. And the innocent child that was beaten and assaulted by his tout was told, take him easy. Don't worry. We have warned him. And that guy will go away. One day, he will have access to a gun. And he will remember what was done to him. And you expect him to be happy when he's discharging those bullets on somebody. Boko Haram are products of neglect. That's why nobody is serious about curbing it, because they can't face them. I won't say much about security issues, but we produce them. Misappropriation of public funds. So cultural resilience, we must resolve. We must bring back our values. It's not all about nice suits, good conferences. What roles do we play? From family meeting, from father, mother, interfacing and interacting with their children. And I believe in practical results because I've seen crime at its worst. I'm a criminal intelligence specialist, and I tell you what I see. I've seen deaths that could have been avoided. I've seen a man rape his daughter several times, got her pregnant. I've seen a woman sleeping with her son. Things we consider as taboo, abomination in our society. There is one that opens her body, a mother of 3. She will undress, snap her pictures, and post on Instagram. And she has over 500,000 followers. Where are they following her to? Guess what? She is making money from Instagram. They are paying her for those views. So there are issues that border on ethics. And why do we want to push ethics? I'm trying to run off. It's just one choice. Choosing good over evil or bad, or choosing bad over good. Now, nobody will help you to make that decision. No. When you're investigating that fraudsters advance to you, is head spinning. And you are able to say no at your own risk. You are just, they waste you. And there is no law to protect you. That's the cocoa. Now, I'm one of those who are advocating for the nationalization of the Nigerian army. We've tried everything. Brought civil defense. Did federal road safety. Did the immigration. Everybody's on the road. Yet we are having crime rise every day. But if we nationalize our Nigerian army, every Nigerian child from the age of 16, 17 will be enlisted in the army. And they will serve 3 years, exposed to kinetic engagements, and drafted to reserve. Before you go to their village to go and wreak carnage, you will think twice. They don't need just state police. State police will be hijacked by politically exposed persons. It will not guarantee us anything. The same way they hijacked road safety. They hijacked civil defense. Guess who uses civil defense and those people? The same politically exposed people. 60% of Nigerian police force are deployed to protect 2% of Nigerian population. 2. They are not up to 2 million. Let's even be magnanimous. 5 million. How many policemen do we have? We don't have up to 1 million policemen. And you are using them to protect politically exposed people and VIPs and even musicians. How many of them stays in the police post? So we need to look at these ethical issues. And who operates these things? Nigerians. Who is IG? Nigerian. Who is the commander of Civil Defense, Nigerian. Who is in charge of Ministry of Internal Affairs? Nigerian. But do they have ethical considerations when they make these choices? Fire service, God bless you. That is it. They even give convoy to girlfriends, their children, and policemen will kit up like they are in a war zone, and they do all this. Now, I'm going to be careful. Like I said, I'm not politically against them. I'm a professional. I do my job. When they call me, I tell them this is what I can do, and this is what I cannot do. But to me, if I want to do certain things, first, we'll discuss security. Yes. We discussed security. I went to Ubiaja a few weeks ago to help arrest, a wanted person. And when we got there, everything was calm. But I sensed that that guy was entrenched in that environment. I told the people, please call CP to pass a message to the area commander. I'm not going to go near that place without enough policemen to help us apprehend and evacuate. And I will not use ordinary vehicle. So you must provide treated cars. Initially they were saying, come on, I said, let your men go and carry him. I gave them the coordinate. Go ahead. And when they went quietly, 2-3 a.m., we embedded. And we harvested him. By morning, we were in Benin. And then we found our way back to Lagos. And they carry and go Abuja. We have situations here, people are afraid. You can't even do your job. Why are we having that? Because we have messed up the ethical values of our professions. Merit is no longer considerations for promotions. These are things whistleblowers must address. A young lady wants to get a job, the man will say, I must sleep with you. If not. And he does it with impunity and because he's connected. And we can't come around and say, this must never happen because the next victim could be your daughter. So we need to wake up and do the needful. So who is the whistleblower? You and I. A whistleblower is typically an employee, a contractor, or member of an organization who reports misconduct, fraud, corruption, safety violations, or other illegal or unethical activities to authorities, regulators, the media, or internal oversight teams. Whistleblowers play a crucial role in uncovering practices that might otherwise remain hidden, helping to enforce laws and maintain ethical standards. That's our calling. No job where no get in own danger. Can we wake up and pass a sentence? And guess what? What we are doing is for us and our children. And it goes around so many things. Now, this is the issue of the constitutional framework. I don't want to overemphasize that. I'm running down so I can conclude and then we take questions. No law in Nigeria to protect you as a whistleblower. There are acts, but those acts are conditional. Even when you have done a whistleblowing job, credible, somebody wants to tamper with the money. They blackmail you. You will be exposed to blackmails. You'll be exposed to emotional manipulations. You'll be exposed to high-end power brokers trying to intimidate you, talk you out of values and reasoning. They are there, and they can't do without dealing with you. If it takes them 30 years, and you are the one that exposed them, you will keep being on the run. We need to insist that the Constitution of the Federal Republic should provide for us some level of protection. Nothing stops fraud investigators from being armed. Why do you need to be armed? Because they don't have enough security to protect you. Now, it will sound strange. I don't believe in proliferation of arms, but where we are now, I tell my workers, if you don't believe in God, go and subscribe to Satan. Go and buy Satan's insurance, because the society is hot. Whether you like it or not. And I made up my mind, I know I could die any day. It's a hard truth. It's very painful to me when I look at it. I think of my children, I cry. My friends say, what are you doing in Nigeria now? Come. I say, come where? Is it so that Trump can throw me inside one place and bring me back like container? I don't want that one. There's no safe place, particularly with the kind of job we are doing. Nigeria is rated among the worst corrupt nation in the world. And you want to be a fraud examiner, you go they wear metal helmet to sleep. But we must do the job. Why? Generations of our children will be the victims. Institutions have died. Check. Tell me what establishment that is still working. Nigerian Airways, police, courts, the criminal justice administration system has been demolished. If they bring judgment from a court of competent jurisdiction, even a layman will say, are you sure? Are you sure? People can pay people and get something. People will go on social media and judge you before even the trial commences. So, there is no law protecting us, and we must do something. So, whistleblower protection. Encouraging whistleblowing mechanism empowers employees to report misconduct. If they don't expose it, you will be the victim. If whistleblowers don't expose what is going on, and there are platforms, they can use the digital space, WhatsApp, email, they can record and transmit. But they must be taught how to do that in order for the thing to be admissible in court. We are not just photographers and the content creators. I hope we get that clear. Our job as whistleblowers is not content creation, because there are classified information that we capture sometimes. You don't rush to post things about yourself or about your findings online. There are ethical issues that you must respect, because you would have given away your secret, your evidence, and you put it in the hand of your people. With Photoshop and all that, they will destroy it and come after you. And you may not be alive by the time they are squeezing you inside one small container. They will send small boys that have taken enough Indian hemp and say, that is his house. Our information, have you ever put your name on AI? Go and put your name on AI and say, where do I live? AI will show you and show you your village. If possible, the last time you were there, because they have, your activities are open. The phone you carry is enough signal for invasion on your privacy. These phones, your laptops, they have designated codes that wherever they come, you power it on, it sends that to the system, and they will pick it up. So please, we must do the necessary. And so this promotes a culture of accountability. When there is whistleblowing, people will be careful not to exceed their liberties. They will be careful how they acquire, because somebody will be courageous enough to say, how did you get this? They will be careful not to abuse public trust, because somebody will ask them, this is what is approved here. Have you ever imagined how a police officer, inspector, owns a house in Lagos and is riding a car of 15 million, 20 million? How much is his total salary from the day he enters police to the day he will retire? How many palm secs own billion mansions? How much was their remuneration from the day they entered service to their retirement? Those are red flags. But they have become cabals. They have become predators. If you question them, you retire before your time. And if you retire, you thank your God. They will chase you, chase your children. Something happened recently. And a general that is related to a media man was killed recently. And insinuations are moving around. That journalist has been very ruthless in confronting the behaviors of politically exposed people. Could they have set him up and killed him? Now, we don't know. And we will not answer that question. But that is rumor machine. That is why whistleblowing is critical in our national development. So, whistleblowers play a vital role in safeguarding organizational integrity. There are places you go to, they say, no, if it's that place, go there. Oh, if it's here, go to land documentation anywhere in this country. You'll be shocked the kind of graft that goes on. You buy land, people still have the effrontery to scam you, collect money from you. You are paying for things that are not captured in government gazette just because you want to own a property that you worked hard for. Social responsibility. In an interconnected world, business bears the responsibility of considering their wider social impact. Apart from production, we want service delivery. You want to be able to have affordable life. Spend money within, even if it is credit. But you can live, you can pay for school fees, you can get toothpaste, you will be able to get a meal or two in a day, and you can support the system. How will Nigeria look like if social security begins to work here? And you don't need ₦1 billion to own a property. You don't need to have 100 million to buy a car of your choice. You can send your children to any school and they will enjoy grants because the social security system guarantees that so long as you are working and doing something for that society, the interests of these people are factored because they are useful for the society tomorrow. Nigerians are running out of the country. Most of us can't even stay here. And what are we doing? We are slaves because we don't have social security identity. So they are using us like the same slave trade we abolished is still going on. And the West does not care. They don't. See how they are packaging us, mocking us. Donald Trump can open his mouth and just say anything, and our people are hiding. Some of my friends in New York have not left their house for 3-4 weeks. They say, oh boy, I don't know where I go. They go carry me. They don't carry my neighbor. Come home now. He said, bro, they say they kidnap people. I say, that place where they, is it not worse than kidnapping? You are kidnapping yourself. You can't even move out. He has kidnapped himself. You are useless. You can't walk. You can't go free. You can't go to buy groceries. So what are you doing there? At least if not here. Go, bro, I beg you get Gary. I beg, calm down. Now so if you get, I get granite. We go manage. There is nothing you can do to your liberty. In summary, prioritizing culture, ethics, and whistleblowing in a digital world bolsters organizational resilience, enhances ethical decision making. When it becomes popular, when it becomes a standard, decision makings, there are some decisions driven by merit. You go and get an ex-convict, make him local government chairman. Is it that there is nobody in that whole local government with sound mind and credentials to do the job? But you must use an agboro who say, if not die, we all die. We die here. And now you will follow. And that is enough to give him a position that destroys the destiny. The man, his value score is so low. He will carry whiskey in public place addressing people. I'll finish you. Say, Bakaji Sorone. Mbakabani when Ababa Gaskazan Kasheka. You go, they look people. They will go to your place and say, na onida twegu. Who born you? The governor now give me this work. That is the credential to destroy Nigerians whose dreams and aspirations is that through democracy we will actualize our economic dreams. So these factors will remain essential in creating a just and ethical digital landscape. Questions and answers. Thank you. Wow. While he was going on, I was behind and watching the audience. I definitely know that your reaction shows that he did justice to this very topic. Am I correct? Quite practical, straight home, grassroots, isn't it? He used different languages to write only French. So I didn't hear what you said last. I'm a Frenchman. No, okay. So, all right. So once again, let's put our hands together to Al. Let's get some reaction, before we let him go finally. We'll have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hands up in the room. One person online. Any further reaction online? Let's give them. They're like spirit. So let's talk to them first. Am I correct? Okay. So who is online, please? Which hand do we have up online? Oh yeah, Ayode Lola Inka. Is it? Do we have anybody online? Okay, let's give, while we are waiting for them, let's take questions from in here. Madam, your hand went up first. Please, can we pass the microphone to her? All right. So who else after that? Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation this afternoon. I want to say something that really bothers me. You are talking about a social security welfare system. I don't know how Nigeria will do it because number one, our border is porous. Number two, we don't have data as per human data. I want to say something. During COVID, there is a place in Abuja. People were moving. I mean, when I say people were moving, other places were closed, but these people were moving. When you see them, you know that they are not Nigerians. And these are the people that have come to stay. When they are doing election or whatsoever they are doing, they are using them. So for us to build our own security, we must start from the border. If the border is being looked into, it will help. Number two, we don't have data. People living around you, some of us, we don't know them. Some of us, we take house help, we take drivers, we don't have their data. We can't really tell who they are. So such things is a problem. Even our international passport, foreigners are now Nigerians. So how can you attest to that this person is a Nigerian? So we have a lot of work to do, sir. I will also extend it to us here. You are talking about whistle blowing. Yes. Even the people you are blowing the whistle for, they are the one that will even arrest you. So I don't know how we are going to come out of this shelf. There is no trust. Even in our workplace, everybody is a suspect. So we have a long way to go. And I'm also in support. These state police that they are talking about, honestly, it will be a failure. Because, as you said, the political exposed people already, they have gotten their number of people that they will use. So if you are calling a policeman in the night that you are having issue with armed robbers or whatsoever, he will tell you, number one, there is no fuel in the vehicle. Number two, they don't have this. So you as a grassroots someone, you can't even come up to defend or have help from them. So a lot has to be done in Nigeria. But there's something you said that shocked me. You said they should use our boys, our children, to enter the army. I don't think I will allow my son to go to the army. Yes, yes, I won't. I won't, because to be sincere, I stay in the north. I'm very sorry to say this. Most of the people that are dead are people front, and you'll be gone. There's a young man at Abuja International Airport. My husband is a preacher. Every time my husband goes to the airport, it assists. He's a military guy. He said, Pastor, they will kill me. I just got married. Please help me. And truly, he was helped. He's from, I think, Ibadan. We are from Akwa Ibom. But he was lucky. My husband helped him. He left the military and joined the ministry as per Minister of Health or Finance. I don't know where he's working, but he was helped. Do you know the boy that was working with this guy was killed? So he would have been one of them. So when you say our boys should go and join, what is the coverage? What is the security that they will be safe? I won't allow my son to go.
All right.
I won't do it.
Let me start from the last one. The truth is that we must pay a price to save our country. I'm coming. We have no other country. This is the only country we have. And if we don't do it, we must accept to be slaves and subservient to those who think they have privileges and rights over and above us. Two, you're asking how. ACFE is a platform. It's a platform. The caliber of people in this platform cannot be you can't match on their head successfully. You may be able to match 10, but not 100. And there's no way you suppress and subdue them. That's one voice. In this place, you have all the ethnic linings inside. So if you hit Yoruba man, his brother is president. He will cry, you go and hit an Igbo man. He said, nah. You go to house, I say, these people know how to help their people. Can we leverage on that? We have to fish for people who share our values. Some of them will make them associate members because we will use them to pursue legislations at the National Assembly. We look at fairly used, clean people in the National Assembly and build a relationship that can impact on them. There's a client I saved a lot of funds. The shift in his business came as a result of my telling him, Oga, you are the one breeding the criminals that are eating you up. That is whistleblowing. We don't have to go to the national TV. We can start here. We must have a monthly or annual journal where we express our core values, our principles. We share ideas that can germinate in the minds of leaders. We can have a television station. They do this in the West. How much does it cost to have a radio station? And all you do are programs that educate the people on the benefit of a fraud-free business or society. We have options. A journey of 1,000 miles starts with a step. We must believe in ourselves. If we don't, why are we here? You spent your money, left your conveniences, and then we come here, we say, the situation in Nigeria is impossible to deal with. No, don't tell yourself that. Something must kill me. One day I'll be gone. One day, one morning. In fact, I must tell you, I didn't believe I'll be here. I went to bed last night. Between that 12 midnight and 5 a.m., I've gone to toilet 20 times. I was passing out. I didn't know what I ate. But I'm here. So I could have gone. They just say, our resource person just died this morning. Come, don't say no. If I don't die today, I'll die tomorrow. So why are you afraid of death? Are you better off? You are worse than the dead. Your children can't even find happiness in Nigeria. So what are you living for? You cannot bequeath your children legacies that can guarantee their happiness in future. It is not what, it's not the life we wish ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I celebrate you. The presentation was wonderful. There's no time for me to recap my experiences that would have pushed me out of job before I retired. But I will just mention one thing. You see, this issue of tune at the top. When I had a new GM, I tried to tell him some of the fraudulent practices they were carrying out in the office. Somebody will not travel, or he will make a claim for 3 months, running into millions. So when he came new with his big Bible, bigger than my own, I was comfortable that I have somebody that can help protect the department. But unfortunately, in one of our meetings, he came up in the conference that if he sees anywhere he can, any person can bring up any paper and make the claim. He made it openly. I died. I recalled myself. You see, that is the issue of the challenge of whistleblowing. You don't have protection, you are ridiculed. And some of us, one day, termed it as insubordination, but God helped me. I went through it before I retired. But where I'm heading to is, whose responsibility it is, especially this social media of Etim. I was telling to some of my colleagues and participants that a month ago, Indonesia came up with a pronouncement that if you are not up to 16 years, you can't have access to social media, social platform anytime. I don't want to talk of the North Korea because that one is not giving freedom. That one is not what we are talking about. They came up. So is it SCFE or the governance? The governance, that is the executive, the people we saddle the responsibility to govern Nigeria. Whose responsibility it is? Because the issue, a 12-year-old girl came up with the social media. I got my 17 iPhone Pro Max. I got a guy, 12-year-old girl, and somebody was there. Say, I'm the first. I was wondering, why have Nigeria degenerated to this level? So, sir, where do we begin? Because we have gone so low that some of us don't know whether we can come back alive again. But now that we have ignited hope in us, is it the governance? Is it the professionals?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
I think we should start with ACFE. An assault on one is an assault on all. When we become a pressure group, the impunity of those who use public service space to hunt our members will be checkmated. I believe in that strongly. Because we don't have a voice. We need to go and visit the Senate president and say, we are ACFE, and we are here to tell you that we are checking what we are doing and this. I'll give you an instance. My daughter read computer engineering and information technology, and she did her thesis on budgeting. And what this young lady did amazed me. She was able to excavate payments that were recurrent. Same time, same bank, same amount, running into millions. And they were not captured double in the main budget, but in the payment, they were just pushing money. After I looked at her, I said to her, be careful, I will guide you. Then SFIU, something finance intelligence unit, through the school, sent for her. I said, don't go. Do not go near that place. Because I know you open your mouth and tell them what you have found out. And it's in the website. It's on open platform. She didn't go to, she got them online. So we can, as an organization, set up a council, legal council, that will stand for any of our members that challenges the status quo of criminals and they want to come on him. By the time we are making noise, the platform, they may sack him, but they will compensate him, and we will make sure we also support such people. If it's one man battle, you will go down alone. We must tell ourselves, if you were being victimized, or this my brother here is being victimized, we should be able to rally around him and say, no, we cannot allow this scenario to continue. And when they now hold him, we will not join him. We'll say, Nakujeba, our national president will show, all the executive, and we'll do a press conference and tell them we are entering one bus. We are heading to Kuje. We will be there until Mr. President intervenes or the Senate. Listen, there is pressure group, but we have not learned how to use it. Unfortunately, when we talk of ethical issues, we may all go out and somebody from Senate President Village will call him and say, Mbok, CCCO. He said, get me the names of those behind it, and they will settle you. That is how one governor that used to be an aggressive labor unionist became an accessory to disaster. And today he parades, talks anyhow, commits offense flagrantly. And I want us to believe, the day he did it at the EP stand, the workers rose up against him. And he retracted his steps. We can fight. Everything will be kinetic. Well, leave him. I just want us to make progress. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, sir. It has been an interesting session and so pragmatically handled. I just have some areas I want you to also look at. It is about digital transformation that you raised. When we this area of digital transformation versus ethics, which you have discussed. What exactly were you looking at in terms of the details about this digital transformation? Because I'm trying to link the digital transformation and the ethics. Then the other one I also want to find out is the conundrum, between ethics, culture, and whistleblowing. Resolving it, do we domicile it on the family system, the government, or the society at large? How do we resolve it? Because we cannot separate ethics, culture, whistleblowing without getting our direction distorted. So this
someone also mentioned the issue of tone at the top. When we talk about tone at the top, is it that we are politically being correct? That is why it is weakened, or is it that we don't have the audacity, to implement what the right approach, or even audacity of the people who are, being victims, challenging those who are perpetrating the crime. So these are the three areas.
Okay, sir. Let me start with the digital transformation. It's going to be progressive. Just like people decided to use the social media to perpetuate crime, it is a choice we will make to use it to promote ethical values, to use it to train people, set standards. Even in our offices, there are protocols that can be put in place to check abuse. You go to some offices, you find out that people who are employed to do certain things are there doing Instagram and content creation in that office. We can put protocols that checkmate these things, and there is punishment for it, so that you know that in this space, this is not allowed. And it's also part of whistleblowing. And those whistleblowers should be rewarded. There should be a reward for exposing unethical practices in the workplace. If we begin to encourage people, recognize them, and also within our own space, protect them. Because some information come in classified. Some are things that you cannot share the source, but you have the evidence. And you can deal with that person knowing that even if litigations come, you have enough evidence to defend your action. But abuse of the digital space in our workplace must be punished. Breach must be punished. Those who exploit the vulnerabilities of that environment must not be allowed to get away with it. But that means we need to have an audit system, even within our structure, to eliminate the abuses. Then on the issue of the culture, what's the second question? Who's to blame? We share the blame. We can't leave it for family. In the office we meet. There are meetings. We interface. Emphasize on these things. Let there be reward, like I said. Let people be encouraged. Let those who, even promotion, should come from consistency. When people look at your track record, and they know that track records are part of the process to determine your next level, your benefits, people will sit up. But when you reward everybody evenly, and there are compromises, he's my brother, just don't worry, I'll talk. Once you start doing it, you've destroyed your workspace. So people should be rewarded for hard work. They should be protected for providing essential intelligence for the management to ensure that we keep ethical standards in the workplace. It's a mutual thing. And let's work with these people. They are not experts. But when they know that they can talk to you and there is no too much class. Sometimes we are using class. I'm the CEO. You don't listen to your workers. They don't have access. Something that could destroy the entire company might be happening. But because you have built a fence around you, there must be a window where you interact with people. Once in a while, call somebody, sit down somewhere, neutral environment. What's your assessment of our office? What can you suggest? Find out from them what you can do to improve on your system. It is not bad. Help me with the last question.
even the way they got there is compromised. You cannot fight yourself.
Or is it that even those of us who are kind of victims?
We are self-made victims. We don't. Because we are benefiting also indirectly from them. And that is the challenge. If we stay clean, don't join them, don't eat, don't patronize them, but be ready for the consequence. That's why we need a fallback in ACFE. So we can identify those who in the spirit and letter of this organization are willing to do their professional job and conduct themselves professionally. Those are people you should give award. When they have excelled in their offices and survived certain things, that incentive and recognition gingers them. But when we make our award to anybody, they will not appreciate it. So we must have a reward system. And then we must take responsibility. I cannot make excuses for the politically exposed people because I suffer from their actions. We are all victims, including them. That's why they can't move without police escort. They made the place so ungovernable, so unsafe, but they have an advantage. When they pass the road where you pass, they have 12 men loaded with AK-47, protecting them as they pass that road. When you are passing, those boys will say, if we catch this man, let's ask for 100 million. You'll be on. Look at the boy they arrested, they took kidnapped in Jos. They were beating this boy. I was bleeding inside me. This is somebody's child. Who is the next person? It could be my own child, it could be yours. Thank you.
Yeah, we'll take one more question from here before we go online, and we'll be done for the day.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for the impactful section. My question borders on what she has said earlier when she was talking about, nationalizing the security, the army, and extracting young adult male to be drafted into the military. Now, she spoke about the safety aspect of it. I'm talking about from the perspective of what provision have you made in your proposal when you were proposing that to really cushion the effect of when they come out of that training? Because if you look at what is happening in the European world today, whereby students go into the class because they're angry one person and shoot several people, you go to the supermarket, people just bring out guns and kill. Now, drafting people who are jobless already, who don't have anything to do, most of them are not even educated, drafting them and asking them to come back, they become worse than even the people you ask them to put in, because they can become the same evil, the evil that we now train to fight for us.
Okay. Do you realize that you are poorer because we are not challenging the status quo? They will be stealing more money. So that is not a cheaper option. 2, there's something they say in my place. I'm going to say it in Igbo, then I'll translate it. I say that ubose amuru dike namba. Ka amuru ibie. The day that they gave birth to a great man in a foreign land, they also gave birth to another great man at home. These people are not up to 5 million. The people holding us to ransom, the people stealing this country silly, are not up to 5 million. The people protecting them are not up to 1 million. So add the police, add the army. How many are they? Just put 6-7 million in a country of 250 to 300 million. They do this thing to us. I don't know if you get my point. We lack faith in ourselves. We lack courage. And this is because we are playing as individuals. ACF, please, create a platform where we can pull our ideas, then streamline it, make a document. We go to Senate President and we don't talk like friends. We talk like crime investigators. We are deep components of the criminal justice administration system. You are the evidence harvesters that nails criminals. And you do some homework. We have access to platforms. We can put ourselves together. But there is affiliation, local and international.
They will be willing to support us if we have the credibility to build that kind of alliance. There are foreign organizations that are committed to fighting fraud and criminality among politically exposed people, among business and service providers. Do you know how much MTN, God, I'm sorry, I'm not running down their business, and all these providers make from us terminated calls? Do you know how much they take to their banks? Nobody has had the courage to say, okay, ACFE can say, look, let's go and audit these people. Let's see the tax they are paying. Let's see the profit they are making. We exploit the Freedom of Information Bill. And if they refuse to give us what we're asking for, as an organization with credibility, we will raise our voice. They will panic. The next thing you see them coming to say, how much do we give you to shut up? You say, when you shut me up, you have shut up my son's future. You have shut up my daughter's employment tomorrow. You are not paying tax, you will meet us in court. So I just want us to know that we can build, we need to talk to ourselves. That's why we're here. Let's put away our masks. If your brother is a politician, call him and say, this thing you are doing, from our meeting, it be like the time don't elapse. So be ready to be denied. They will ostracize you, but know that there is a family for you in ACFE.
Thank you for that. Yeah, just because his hand has been up, we'll just take this final comment, and that will be from Dr. Abel. If he's still there, please, can you unmute yourself and make your comment or ask your question?
Yes, I'm still here, my past president. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Let me start by congratulating the paper presenter for that excellent presentation and the response
Sorry,
to
we're
questions.
not hearing you, sir.
Oh, really? And I'm actually screaming. Can you hear me now? Can you hear
Yes,
me?
good, absolutely.
Okay, so I said
So we can hear you, sir.
Okay, I appreciate the opportunity to make this comment. I started by thanking the paper presenter for the presentation he made and the responses to questions. Now, my suggestions will be like this. One, we have identified the fact that whistleblowing is a very risky business. I encourage people to try and take professional indemnity insurance to protect them as they go about their duties. That's number one. Number two, there is a lacuna in the law as he has identified. We need to ensure that we have a law that will protect whistleblowers. As ACFE, we can get together, get a bill across the National Assembly, and get that law passed. And that will give us a greater foundation to be able to play our role as required by societal values. The third thing is this. He mentioned the issue of nationalizing the security. I think that we can take a cue from what is done in Israel. In Israel, by age 18, between age 18 and 21 or 22, every male child must be in the army. You must go through the army before you go and make a career anywhere. If you choose to stay in the army, you can stay. If you want to go outside the army after your 3 years, you are free to go. I think that is the way to start. By the time we are all militarily trained, we'll be able to defend ourselves and defend our communities. This violence you find everywhere will go down because, like he said, if somebody knows if he enters a community that 50% of the young men in the village were trained in the army, obviously they will look back before they go and attack. It's not sufficient to believe that, oh, somebody will carry a gun and shoot. No, we are not saying carry a gun and shoot. We are saying train people to be able to defend themselves. Let them have those skills so that when the time comes, they'll be able to rise and do what is expected of them in the society. So clearly, we need to try and empower ourselves. The way we are going, the nation is down the drain, and we need to try and rescue the nation from where it's going presently. Thank you very much. Those are my contributions. I'm done. Let's see. am done. Wow. I hope I was heard.
So we are ACFP. We are going to do and we'll come out with an action plan on how to truly help this situation. I think we are all involved in this, but mostly we must get something straight. We must start from home. We must start from wherever we are. Our workplaces, our business places, wherever we find ourselves, then we must set a standard. The moment we are found compromising, like somebody said yesterday, that I think that was yesterday, that for every crime or every corruption that happens, an accountant is involved. Let it not be that in every crime that is committed or in every corruption that an ACFA member is involved. We don't want to get to that level. And of course, you know the gravity of that if you ever get involved. So let's start working from where we are. All right? It's a gradual thing. It will spiral, to the top. We're working hard at that. So on that note, shall we sort out a well presented paper? We have a token of appreciation for you, and to do justice to that, I will beckon on Dr. Iru to please, Godson Iru to please step forward and make this presentation so that we'll truly and appropriately show our appreciation. Please, if you can step forward, please.
Yes, thank you. Our well-informed and pragmatic paper presenter, Mr. Alfred Onubu. And we have all been enriched. All we are asking for is for God to give us the grace to find a way to implement all this for the good of our society, for the good of our children and families, because erosion of ethics, erosion of culture, a value system has been the norm these days, and we cannot continue this way if we have a future to protect. So we thank you, and on behalf of ACFE Southwest chapter, we present this to you and believe that when next you are called upon, you will not have a second thought before accepting to come and do justice to this. And in terms of collaborate, thank you for being a resource person of interest to us. Thank you.
culture of doing things is progressing. We are not forcing anybody to learn. But definitely you cannot be in this profession and refuse to continue to learn because you become mediocre. And this is not a profession for mediocre. Yesterday during the gala night, Dr. Bisiriu, your people are here. So yesterday during the gala night, we were discussing. I'm the one that is causing trouble, not the mic. Okay, they are complaining. Hello? It's me that was not doing well. So yesterday during the gala night, we told you that the board met, and we want to appreciate some people among us today. We'll do one during the AGM, but we want to do this 3 now. And these are the set of people that have been with us from the days of John the Baptist. You know what happened in the days of John the Baptist? Kingdom of what? God suffered. Now his kingdom is now using AI to penetrate. No Allah. So when we needed people most, they showed up. When we needed to count number, they were there for us. When we needed this issue of corporate governance and the mind of elders, this set of elders showed up. Even when it comes to even following us to oversee, to ensure that we get the rightful signal of office, they were there with us. Those that had their money actually blessed us with their subscription and the likes. And we said, what we are trying to do for them today is not on sale. And God forbid that we are on sale for that. And it's on this note that I want to invite Dr. Titi to come and call the name of these 3 set of people out for us to appreciate them and also install them to the Hall of Fame of ACFA Southwest chapter. It's been a long journey and they've been with us. And like I said yesterday, this set of people are not the totality of people we want to celebrate, but they just decided to be external. If you have done postgraduate program, you know the meaning of external. They are not actually supposed to be with us. They had choice, but they decided to be with us since day one. So that's why we are recognizing them now. The next phase will come and we shall announce it. So Dr. Falcon, please, can we just have the name of these people? Let's just have their name first. Okay, no, let's have them outside. Okay, you want to do one by one. You see the way democracy works with us.
Thank you very much, Board Chairman. I am privileged to stand and hold the mic to make this announcement. This person that I want to call, in fact, if I say there's anybody that challenges me when it comes to ACFE conference, is the one. And at times when he speaks, I'll say, I hope I can be in US in the morning and Nigeria in the night because I want to go for a Nigerian conference. And it's really been wonderful staying with this person. And even up to this morning, he still challenged me. I have the pleasure of inviting to the front, with all humility, our own Dr. Ahame Fula, Chidi, Sydney, CFE. In fact, Dr. Sydney has been, I want us to just give him a standing ovation. And I'll tell you why. The last time Dr. Sydney was with us, we can have a seat. The last time Dr. Sydney was with us, he flew in from the UK. 2 days ago, he flew in from the UK. Previously, he flew in from the UK. So I see him sleep in the UK and wake up in Nigeria because of ACFE Lagos Southwest Conference. So we want to appreciate you. So I would like to call on the board chairman, because you still have to do this. You need to appreciate Dr. Sydney for us.
See, like past president of ICANN, see, this year's Alari will say, don't let us over-introduce him. The appreciation is already appreciating, and it will continue to appreciate. Let me say in Jesus' name, thank you. On behalf of all of us here, all of us, no seniority, no nothing. We just want to say thank you. And the implication of this for the 3 of you is that anytime we're having our conferences or any events, there's a special page for all our awardees. Okay, there's a special page for that. And we want to say congratulations. Please, accept this as our show of love, that we recognize who you are and what you represent. Thank you so much. Show them, show them, show them, show them.
Well, I told somebody my father paid money for me to learn English language, so I don't speak it anyhow. However, from inception, I keyed in to what is happening in Nigeria. As we speak, we're having European Fraud Examiners Conference in London. I'm supposed to be there, but I chose to come here. I love my country to the core. And one thing is, my interaction with the board members has been exceptional. They are wonderful intellectuals. The first person I met when I came to Nigeria was Prof. I was having a meeting with him in tax office. By then, he has not done his PhD to talk about becoming a professor. That is when it started, and I saw what was happening here.
to see how I can. I said, okay, no problem. And that's how I found myself there. I've been contributing my little quota, which is not really for public consumption. And that's why I'm eager to see that we all team up as a chapter in Nigeria, to help, showcase ACFE. So my prof, I don't know what to say, but I'm my sister from another mother. Yes. You see, she mentioned something here, and I noticed that CIT and something, or even other platforms, other associations we share. She want to hear from me. Even before, when I now talk, say, hey, Seba, I know you will talk. Yeah, so it's a family, and I appreciate all of you, the board members. The other day I was coming from the ground here, they were calling everybody. Even the security people here were surprised. This small boy that some people are being ushered in. Please, I want us to keep the tempo, and let's see that ACFE, Nigeria globally, is a force to reckon with. Thank you, my prof. Continue what you are doing. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Well, we have one more person. Like I said, well, today is not day for so many words. I think I said so many words 2 years ago when I was president, but I'll say something. I've been going for international conference, global conference. And this person I'm about to talk about, if you go for global conference and it's with you, you have cause to laugh. You have cause to enjoy what is happening in Nigeria that we must change. You have cause to see what is going on in that global world that we are better off than them. And by the time you finish, you see yourself that I'm a proud Nigerian. And then you carry yourself like that. And it's no other person than our own Unwahu Good Hope Chima CFE. I know he's also surprised. But there's no way you will not, no way we will soon tell you what you don't know. Prof.
I don't know why the vice chairman of the board is saying, Prof, oh yeah, as if it's easy to get a prof one day. Okay, so when he talks, you understand the elderness. Please, whatever English I speak is correct. For those people that started English in Nigeria did not go to school. So you see the elderness in what he represents, and he should tell us where he works, and if you work where he works, and successfully you are seeing your founder on the street, then you do not have cockroach in your cupboard. Because if you do, you should be sleeping behind bars by now. And I used to tell people, if you are seated here, and I work in your office, or we have worked together before, and I said, let's defraud that organization, please come out. And I'm saying it openly. Will you be able to say that? And I usually tell people, please do not help people illegally to get something done. You will be sacrificed when they get there, because they won't need a person that doesn't have integrity of your nature. And I've always been doing my gonna like this, because I know you cannot pin me down and say, this is what I've done together with you to defraud people or to do things that are not of ethics. And I'm saying it. Some of us don't have secrets. I won't know when I will even go and tell people that I've done something bad. Okay, so it's on this note, I'm presenting to you this gentleman that his name, I always want to just jump in, but call him Good Hope. Thank you so much. As his age, he will still struggle to follow us to global conference, and he's always been there. In fact, we will say, we are done, no, cab done ready, he will just be coming with his tummy like this. So that's just, and if you ask him, what does he want to use all this while I do again? After after successfully retired. So, but if they still have interest, so who are we? We that we are just under 20, we need to continue to be with us. So congratulations. And on behalf of all of us, this is for you, sir. I know because others talk, you want to also talk. We'll listen to you. So this shirt was bought directly from ACF. These are the signs that you went there and bought your...
Honestly, I'm so shocked, and I don't know where to start. It came to me as a surprise. I must say the truth. I don't know what I've done differently that should earn me this. My family, I left as I spoke with them yesterday. I didn't tell them that this is what I'm coming. My pastor was also aware of my coming to this conference. All the same, I want to say a big thank you to the leadership, the board of ACFE Southwest Nigeria chapter. But let me just make a brief. You see, this man, he has been an what I would call encourager. I got to know him either 2010 when I started running forensic accounting down there. So that was how I came across him. And he's a mobilizer. He galvanized people, and that is how we went to court. You know, by next week too, I'll be going to court to defend my forensic report in Owerri. So I come across him, and I never knew about this global body. He was a facilitator, one of the facilitators in a training program my company organized. I think it is DCK, I don't know whether Dover Hotel. That was how I now come across him. He told me, yeah. Immediately, he sent me a form. I said, look at what to do, and directed me to Rablos. So that was how I got to know that there's a global conference. And if there's a global conference body for this anti-fraud, so what am I doing? I have worked in NNPC. I served for 35 good years. I was part of the anti-corruption that investigated the use and purchase of chemicals in NNPC. We saw a lot of things. I am part of the team that investigated the crude oil and petroleum losses in NNPC too. So to cut the whole story short, he facilitated my being CFE. He gave me the form, I became a member, he directed me to Rablos. That was how I qualified. And you know, in Rablo, we are the first people to take the program online in 2020. 2020, when COVID couldn't allow us to come to Lagos. So they organized everything, and God helped me, I just got my data. So on behalf of myself and my family, I want to thank the board again. I say, for this honor, God will continue to honor all of you in Jesus' name. Amen.
For the three. We would like to invite the other two. Hold on. I've not finished now. Go on. We want the three awardees to come.
Three of them is done. Those that have Okay, shall we put our hands together? For those of you who have been here, okay. All right. For those of you who are here since morning, you can see what we mean that ACFE belongs. Yes, ACFE belongs to all of us. Have I been justified? Yes. Good. ACFE belongs to all of us. We are not sectional. We don't, talk about a group or individual. Once you do well, we recognize you. So on that note, I hand over back to.
Hello. Can we all rise up as we greet our board chairman? Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. How old are you now? Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. And so say all of us. Hooray! And so say all of us. Hooray! He's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. For he's a jolly good fellow. And so say all of us. Hip, hip, hip! Hooray! Hey! Baba oh, you just want to sing. Yeah. Baba oh, we just want to sing. Finance. Jehovah turn my life around. Jehovah turn your life around. He makes a way where there is no way. Jehovah has the final say. No one is like you. I've been to many places, searching for a better life. Ebube, ebube, ebube ndike. Ebube, ebube, ebube ndike. Ebube. Up of Jesus, 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 up of Jesus. Thank you very much. On behalf of the board, the executive, and members of ACFE Southwest Chapter, as well as all our other ACFE connecting members, we present this to you.
You didn't say I will talk now. Because you gave me suit now, make I not come talk. Okay, so I don't know, but because I talk for living and my 95% of my words is as a result of talking. So I just want to say thank you to every one of us. This wasn't necessary, but we are doing it, and we thank God. At the time when they decided that the conference will hold this period, I wanted to say no, but I didn't tell them. I just kept quiet that maybe I will not be around. Is that today? But one way or the other, I was still able to make it, even when I was totally fixed. But one of the things is that we will never, because of our personal agenda, to stop global agenda. I knew this week was total no for me, but I just allowed the ball to have their way. I did not even argue. I just said, is that the date? They didn't know. They didn't know. So I just allow it, and I have reason to say I'm not going to be available today, but it's not possible. Even when we have international trip, we will still come from here, we go to the airport. So I want to say thank you to all the board members. I don't want to start mentioning names, and all our members. Thank you so much for those people that will still be sending money to my account as a result of so thank you so much. And when we are doing something like this, some people will not be happy that Shebi na training we say we won't do. Which one is award? Which one is dancing again? But this is what God said we should be doing, and we will continue to be there for ourselves. Please, if you are joining us for the first time, in this chapter, please don't leave us. You will benefit more than you contribute, and that's just our nature. You will benefit more than what you. So, in the spirit, do we have people that today is your first time of attending our training conference? Is today? Can we come out? Especially if you are good looking. If this conference is your first time, and I will not repeat it, under 30 seconds, if you don't come out, then we'll leave it. Please come out. Okay? You know, when you give microphone to pastor, he will just be, so these are the set of people that come for the first time. After the count of 3, people should not join them again. Okay? So, Dr. Iro, these are our people, and we just need to, because of this period, pray for them that they will not leave us. And whatever will make them to continue to be with us, God will give them. And on this note, my book on advanced audit and assurance will be given to everybody. It's worth 15,000 naira, and you'll be given to all these people alone. Anybody that come after, the insurance and anointing will not cover. Okay. So even if it's not available here, they will make arrangements. You get it. Just make sure. And if the copies here will not go around, only people that are not in Lagos should get their own. Then they will go to Ogba to bring more. You can always talk to this old woman here. Thank you so much for being with us, and we agree. We agree with you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Lunch is served. We can have our lunch. And for those of us who are members of the chapter, we have our AGM today. Please, this conference is not complete until when you attend the AGM. Please, if you are not a member, you are free as an observer to join us also. Let's be ready. And we also award one of our other members also. Thank you. Please, you can have your lunch. Lunch, yeah. Hello. also find his way. So please, there was an unfortunate incident that happened within here, and it's really shocking that could happen. So please, let's keep our personal gadgets, let's keep our personal equipment, let's keep our personal tools, please. We don't expect that to happen, but you can never predict this. We really apologize for whatever has happened. It has never happened in our conference before. This is the first time. We are really sorry for that. Sorry, sir. We apologize. We were surprised that could happen. And unfortunately, we need to mention this, that we should just be very careful. It's beyond our control, but we apologize. We don't expect that to happen. It's never happened before. Thank you for your understanding, sir. Okay, there is La Pepin. Whoever is interested, you can see this madam for the La Pepin. She will give you all the details. Thank you. So please, let's keep our personal gadgets, let's keep our personal equipment, let's keep our personal tools, please. We don't expect that to happen, but you can never predict this. We really apologize for whatever has happened. It has never happened in our conference before. This is the first time. We are really sorry for that. Sorry, sir. We apologize. We were surprised that could happen. And unfortunately, we need to mention is that we should just be very careful. It's beyond our control, but we apologize. We don't expect that to happen. It's never happened before. Thank you for your understanding. Hello, please remember we have AGM. We are starting immediately we finish the lunch. Please, AGM is happening. We need you all to be there so we can jointly move this chapter forward. Your input matters to us. Thank you. Please, let's attend the AGM. Thank you.
they smoke cannabis. Doctor say make a pop one of this. Make me fly like say I'm Aladdin. Come bring some kind melodies. Oh, mama, myself no do pass like this. So many things inside of my jeans. Slide down, DBTs, DBTs.
let's occupy the first two rows only. First two rows only. This meeting will be concluded within the next 35-40 minutes. Okay, let's occupy the first two rows only. First two rows. This is 4 p.m. The AGM is called to order. I will request the pleasure of Dr. Mike to give us opening prayer.
All right, shall we pray? Father, we thank you that you've just took us this far. And now that we're here for one of the very good session of the entire conference, we pray you give us better understanding, and then all the fundamental issues that the AGM need to be rectified to the glory of God will be rectified in the name of Jesus. So that at the end of it all, we'll all live here happily to the glorification of your name. For this we ask through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let's be seated. Thank you so much. Please, can you come and give us your name so that it can be recorded? Please, first two rows only. First two rows only. Please, you can only sit when there's no seat in front of you. Can you post this on the post it on the conference platform? Those are the only serious ones. Is it in the brochure? Is it in the brochure? Is this in the brochure? I'll leave this thing and let's do this work now. Okay, so I will invite the. Is it the brochure? What page? Okay, so I will invite the secretary to read the notice of AGM. Who is doing that for us? Madam Sherry, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. So notice is hereby given of the 11th Annual General Meeting of the members of the ACFE Southwest Nigeria Chapter, which I hold as follows. Date, 17th April 2026. Time, 5 p.m. Venue, LCCI BOI Innovation Hub, 10 Nurudin Street, Olowo Popo Street, Alausa, Ikeja, Lagos. The agenda is as follows. 1, opening prayers. Then 2, President opening remarks. Reading of the notice of the 11th Annual General Meeting. 4, adoption of the agenda. 5, reading, correction, and adopting the minutes of the 10th AGM. 6, matters arising. Subsections 1, to receive the annual report of the chapter for the period ended December 31st, 2025, and the treasury report thereon. 2, presentation of the external auditor's report. 3, consideration and approval of the audited accounts of the chapter. 4, reappointment of chapter auditors and fixing their remuneration. 5, election appointment of officers. 6, any other business, AOB. And then 7, closing remarks. This by the order of the board. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Madam Sherry, for that. I'd like to call a member to move a motion that this AGM agenda should be ratified and used for the purpose of this AGM. Without wasting time, please, somebody should just stand up, move the motion so that we can be out of this place within record time. Thank you so much. Dr. Godson Iron, then you second him.
Okay. I
Dr. God's Niru. I move the motion that the agenda be adopted as read. Thank you.
I recognize Dr. Gudo.
I, Guto Chima, hereby seconded the motion raised by Dr. Iro that this agenda will be a working document. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The agenda has been moved to be used and seconded, and I know it's in the mind of the House that this agenda should be adopted. Thank you so much. The chairman open remark will just be what I've been saying before, and we will just continue to we will just continue to be enjoying ourselves, to be of good courage in this kind of profession we find ourselves. And the chapter promises to be better than this. We have a lot of years into this, and we will continue to get it right in all fronts. We are having this easy because the chapter is not a toxic one, and that is why we have this kind of can I call it a mutual fraternity, such that we all appreciate what we are doing. However, on the issue of our CPE, I want us to take it seriously, especially for those of us that have CFA status. Once you have attended training sufficiently for your CPE, please log on to your platform portal on ACFE, search for CPE, and click on report CPE. Go there and click and certify that you have done your CPE for the year. That's the first thing. Even if it is remaining one unit, first of all, go there and certify. They will mail us and we confirm. Okay? They won't confirm until there is a suspicion that you are telling lie. And that's why they will list you as part of those CPE audits. If you read about it very well, please go ahead and certify your CPE, because even if you have done CPE but you don't certify it, they will suspend you, and that's when they will now say, go and bring evidence. There's no way they will ask you for evidence and you will not be at fault, because they will tell you that you have not done 2 units of ethics, 2 units of this. There is a way, but if you have been doing what you are supposed to do and your name is on the chapter's list that you have been attending that meeting, we will not stage any training without ensuring the equal balance of what we have. So that will be all for my charge to us. And it's on this note I want to recognize the presence of one of our elders in the profession, the very father that gave you opening remarks and lecture on the day one, keynote speaker, and he was also installed as one of our awardee that day. And I'd like to invite to stand up. He's our father, but just for recognition, Alhaji Razak Jayola, past president of our Noble Institute. ICANN. Thank you so much, sir. We would have said you should come to the high table, but you taught us this protocol that it wouldn't matter for you to sit here. So it's one of the activities that we have informally lined up as part of AGM to, like I said yesterday, that we'll be installing our patron, and that will be the 3rd in the role. I told you about the first person, Sao Yeme, so many years ago, about 6 years ago. Then AIG Muazu, about 7 years ago, right? And today, we are witnessing the installation of Alhaji Razak Jayola as our patron. And you will agree with me. Thank you so much. If you want to clap, clap very well. You will agree with me that Alhaji has been father to some of us. For those of you that feel he's not your father, well, maybe your friend, but he has been a father to
some of us, and like I said yesterday, that when some of us were coming to become ICANN member, were directed to go to his house to be blessed. And if I am now a fellow, it means it's not 10 years ago that this thing happened. And I said, remove 10 years from your age, remove it from my age, then add it to his age. That's how old he has been in this profession. So I seek your leave to pause these activities to quickly attend to him so that he can go. The brochure has his citation, right? Please check. Okay, so thank you so much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to use this opportunity to invite Dr. Titi Fawokon to quickly, please come on, to quickly read the citation of Alaji for this. We want to make it official. Alaji, you are at liberty to either stand, sit, sleep. Is your house. We are your children for the purpose of that. If you want to also stand, you can stand where they will be able to get the camera. The camera is more of him than us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Profile of Dr. Razak Jayola, FCA, ACFE. Dr. Razak Jayola, FCA, ACFE, is a distinguished chartered accountant and technology consultant, recognized as a global leader in the accountancy profession. He is the chief consultant of AJ Silicon and managing partner of Razak Jayola & Co., with decades of expertise in financial management, auditing, technology, and corporate advisory. He served as the president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria, ICANN, in 2018-2019, and has been active in global organizations such as IFAC, PAFA, and ABUA. Academic and professional excellence. Dr. Jayola holds an honorary doctorate in information technology from British American University, Florida. He began his career with Coopers and Library, specializing in audit, advisory, and company secretarial practices. He is a member of professional bodies including ISACA, ISPON, and ACFE. Dr. Jayola has received notable awards such as the ICANN First Merit Position in the Professional Final Examination 1980, the ICANN Merit Award for Distinguished Service, and the Platinum Award for Exceptional Leadership at the 20th Western Zonal Conference of ICANN. Global Engagements and Leadership. Dr. Jayola had led significant global projects, including financial management systems for Nigerian states and training for the Lagos State Auditor General's Office. He has handled several bank/IFAC projects, including Project Director for Computerized Financial Consulting for Ogun and Niger State Water Agencies, under the National Water Rehabilitation Project funded by the World Bank, design of financial management systems under the Nigerian Community Development Project funded by the World Bank, supporting 10 PAOs to complete digital assessment tools, empowering PAO leadership on digital transformation. His personal life and legacy. Dr. Jayola is married with children who are accomplished professionals, including 4 chartered accountants and 4 CISA professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, members of ACFE Southwest Nigeria chapter, join me to welcome Dr. Razak Jayola, ACFE FCA.
Thank you so much. We quickly want to do this so that we can release him to attend to other information. Sir, all of us, Fido, say you want it. And this is not as a result of any inducements, influence, and our members, more than 100 of them signing for this, and they are online, and they are witness to this. Before you arrive today, we recognize 3 eminent personalities that have started this journey with us, and I will invite 3 of them to support us in doing this, so that it will not just look as if it's a mushroom arrangement to induct you. Naturally, you will have just come to your office, present it. The law allowed that, but it's better during this period. And I want to invite the 3 recipients of all of aims of FAMES for this chapter to come and assist in doing this to you. Madam, please come. Dr. Titi, where are you? You have run away. Please, I'm handing it over to three of you to help us jointly and severally present it to Alaji. You may wish to hold microphone later, but Alaji, these are our people who have been honored in our midst. Sir, I don't know whether you will use 1 minute to just read it so that you can snap only. Please do it on time. That is very heavy. Thank you, sir. Are you done? Okay. Sir, if you want to speak to your people, you are free now. You can use podium, sir.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished elders here, the president, distinguished colleagues of the profession, ladies and gentlemen, I feel humbled and highly honored to receive this award. And I am indeed very, very happy to receive. I am certain qualities in me which you believe enable me to deserve this honor and recognition. I am indeed very, very grateful, and I will collaborate with other patrons and the chapter to ensure that we are able to carry the mantle of fighting corruption, fighting fraud, is carried to logical conclusion. I want to thank you so much, and I appreciate everything. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. I think we can just sing this song as he take his exit. Baba o, Baba o, Baba o, Olúwa dá bàbá sí fún wa. Baba o, Baba o, Baba o. ratified the executive as invested. Nobody wants to help us move motion. Okay, so Stacy first, then you help us second, please, sir.
All right, thank you. I, Dr. Stacy Wardo, hereby move the motion that the executive as inducted be adopted and stand as elected.
Thank you
I
so much.
move. Thank you.
That's very correct. Doctor, if I call the name now, you will say I mother you.
All right.
Micah.
You know, even in the beer parlor, there's seniority. My prof, sir.
Yeah, then I will say, brother Micah.
My prof, my prof, I'm also a professor.
Thank you, sir.
So even in,
Thank you, sir.
even in the bar, there are seniority. I still respect your own, sir.
God bless you, sir.
But give me small respect too, sir.
God bless you, sir.
All right.
He's the brother of my father.
All right. Having stands to second as moved the ratification of all decisions taken by the council. I so move.
Thank you so much. Please, can we just appreciate the two of them? So you will see that we are getting out of this meeting as quickly as possible. The most important one that I don't want us to just gloss over is the issue of financial reporting. I don't know. Do we have any summary to be given, or as you take it that the documents sent to the platform is all we have? Madam, do you have any summary? No. So what we sent is good for us. Okay, so a document was sent to this platform for the conference. That is the reason why we send it to the conference platform. We assume that whoever is on the conference platform are the one that attending the GM. So that's why we're not sending it to the house. Okay? People in the house, 90% may not be financial member. But if you're on the conference platform, it means you're paid for the conference, and you can only pay for conference if you are a member. That's the logic. So it's easier for us to say the financials have been sent to that for this current year. If the previous year that I promised I'm sending is not there, then it will be sent today before we finish. We are still having board meeting after this meeting in another venue. I need us to go through that financials. However, it is still within what we have been projecting, and I want to tell you that the total assets for that will be on page 13 for those of you that want to open it. If you look at the WhatsApp platform for the conference, you will see there on page 13 you have such there. Then after which I will call auditor to read their opinion. But I think should we call auditor first or this explanation first? I think I'm in order, right? I'm in order. Okay. So we have the firm of who has done justice to that. Our total assets stood at 6.5.9 million this year. Those concerned will tell us the reason why there is a discrepancy from what we have last year. But inventory is the major reason why we have variation in that. Our current liability stood at 1.1 as at the time we are making this because of the other payable that we have, which we will see in the notes to the account. We have our fund and reserve, which is accumulated fund that is standing in form of 6.6 million, and income of the association for the period under review plug into the negative to the tune of 1 million. And the explanation for that before member we ask is that as at the last time when we had our conference, the level of conference souvenir that we got was not that befitting, and the board quickly took decision that we should quickly raise additional money to get other things for member. And that's why we went and got some cash to get some bags for attendees. So that can be explained as welfare to member, because if you are a member and you attended the conference, you have benefited from it. Just like you see what we have done now. We are not like other professional body where those giant organizations finance their conference. We finance conference from donation from board and subscription that you have paid and conference fee. You will agree with me that even most of the professional body, they collect this kind of amount of money for their conferences, even when billions were donated by power that be in the country, politicians. We don't want to go into a situation whereby we will not be hamstring you who pay pipers dictate the tune, because we don't have any piper that we want to blow, so we don't want anybody to dictate the tune of our association for us. That's why we continue to manage our association the way we are. The question is that, Godwin, why don't you just put this 1 million naira there and let us not have negative? But I still want to also know that there are some donations that board members are making that are not even for public record, as in we sacrifice so many things that even more than this 1 million of a thing. Because some of us want to be here today just like you. Some of us have traveled twice today. You may not believe. Okay, and these are things we will not write in our books that cost as high as more than this. So that's why we allow the truth and fairness of the account to be the way they are. So it's nothing. That explains that question that we want to come into the mind of our member. We are preparing this financial statement with the mind that is going concern. Once the organization is not going to extinction, the financial statement should be prepared on going concern basis, and that is the basis upon which it is envisaged that the organization will continue to be in the system to a foreseeable future, and so be it. Our expenditure profile definitely increased. Previous year we have 2.1, but this period of time we have 2.4 million. And what are we having different? Like postage and courtesy visit, we couldn't have it previous year, but this last year, which is under review, we had some visitation that brought about the brand image of the organization. We did more of printing, and if you ask me how much, the 181,000 for printing. It means some of us, if I want to print for the association, I just print from my printer. But if it is any of our officers that want to help us print, maybe we needed to submit. Please, some people are stopping us at the back. If we want to send letters to somebody in Abuja to help us print and submit somewhere, we definitely need to pay. Unlike if I want to print here on this in the office, I don't need to pay for it because I will use my office expenses, which we also do not bring to the expenditure profile of the association. We also have advertisement and publicity this year, 80,000 more than the last year. Like we said, we decided to do more of publicity, and that's why you see all these flyers that we send across the year. I know the amount looks small, but it's significant for the nature of the account that we are presenting. Hence, the decision to bring to your notice. Part of the thing that also accumulates into the 1 million naira negative is that, of course, I really feel ashamed of myself that I will have a whole auditor that went to school, study here and there, and I'm paying 150,000 naira as audit fee. Even when they were doing it for free, I said no. Let's just do this naturally. Let's cover your cost. And we used to pay for the past so many years 150. But the period under review, we decided to say, okay, let's do 300. Even in my audit firm, I don't collect such. Anything that is less than 800, 1 million, I don't collect. So we just decided to say, okay, let's just do 300 instead of 150. So if you look at this 80,000, 150 extra, these are the things that we added up that will give us this nose driving in terms of. And again, when we started this chapter, we said initially we needed to get money from members for their trainings, and gradually we will reduce the training fee to 0. Okay, So which means we manage the training cost for member rather than say, come and do CPE. If you go online and click on any CPE now, you pay maybe $200. It used to be small in their mind, but by the time you click 150, 250, it's more than the 20,000 we asked you to pay. Some things we have to compensate for it, and this is what we are having. That's why our account is not an account that we are looking for profit, that we now make people to be saying they want to contest for president and will be now turning to LAB. That no, it's not attractive and we are happy. Okay, at least we are doing something other than what others have been doing. So those are the reason for what we have. And I quickly need to also tell us that the conference fee that we collected the period under review, 2025, stood at 7.99 million. Whereas previous year, which is 2024, is about 7.3. Are we doing well? The answer is no, we are not doing well. But if we want to do well, it means we must pass the burden to you. Well, this is not the aim of this board, to pass burden. That we told ourselves, come here, enjoy yourself, so that you will be able to come and learn. If you tile a dog and you are beating the dog, you say you should not shout. You will shout. So we don't want anybody. In fact, we were not happy that you are paying 200 this time around. But look at it. We are not sponsored to that extent. In fact, when you see some logo, it's just to also ratimataza and encourage ourselves. You know, it's not as if like how CITN and ICANN we get 10,000 bags from FRS, now NRS. You know, that kind of thing. This one, now the money you pay that we put together. And if you want to buy that bag now, it can be less than 20,000 naira. So those are I just want to say so that we will know. So thank you so much for that. And in order to capture all the comments that you may want to have, I want to invite the auditors to come and deliver their auditor's report. And I pray that they will not enter spirit and take time more than what we have taken. And they will just go to the opinion and then express it whether it is good or bad. But the financial statement is in your platform. Now, why are you not having that copy? I remember one of the board meeting, and Titi was just shouting that we have about 500 pieces or 200. We are wasting money. And then we now need money to pack it out of the place. So please just permit us not to print. In fact, if there's any mistake we want to correct now, we have printed. Correction can be made if we want. So I so invite the representative of the auditor, Lekon Jinodu and Co, Chartered Accountant, to give us specific opinion why we know the auditor full report is written in English. Thank you so much for your time. God bless you. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, sir. My chairman, member of the board, and the member of the Institute, Association of Sanctified Fraud Examiner, Southwest Nigerian Chapter. Thank you for the opportunity given us to serve during this period. Independent auditors report to the members of the Association of Sanctified Fraud Examiner, Southwest Nigerian Chapter. Our opinion: we have audited the financial statement of the Association of Sanctified Fraud Examiner, Southwest Nigeria Chapter, which comprises the statement of financial position as at 31st December 2025, and the statement of total comprehensive income for the year then ended and other comprehensive income, statement of cash flow for the year ended, and note to the financial statement, including summary of significant accounting policy. Our opinion: the Association of Sanctified Fraud Examiner, Southwest Nigerian Chapter, financial statements, the financial position of the association as at 31st December 2025, and its financial performance and its cash flow for the year ended therein, in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standard, IFRS, and the manner required by the bylaw of the association. Basis of our opinion: we have conducted our audit in accordance with international auditing standard ISAs. Our responsibility under those standards are further described in the auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statement section of our report. We are independent of the association in accordance with the International Ethics Standard Board for Accountants Code of Ethics for Professional Accountants ISAP code, and we have fulfilled our other ethical responsibility in accordance with ISAP code. We believe that the audit evidence we have obtained is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. Key audit matters. Key audit matters are those matters that, in our professional judgment, were of most significance in our audit of the financial statement of the current year. These matters were addressed in the content of our audit financial statement as a whole and informing our opinion thereon, and we do not provide a separate opinion on these matters. We have determined that there are no key audit matters. Other information. The chapter is responsible for the other information. This other information comprises the notice of the meeting, details of the officers and the chapter executive, president reports. Our opinion on financial statement does not cover the other information, and we do not express any form of assurance conclusion thereon. In connection with our audit of the financial statement, our responsibility is to read the other information, and in doing so, consider whether the other information is materially inconsistent with the financial statement or our knowledge obtained in the audit, or otherwise appear to be materially misstated. If, based on the work we have performed, we conclude that there is no material misstatement of this other information, we require to report that fact. We have nothing to report in this regard. Responsibility of the chapter executive and those charged with the governance for the financial statement. The chapter executive is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the financial statement in accordance with International Financial Reporting Standard and the association bylaw. And for such internal controls as the chapter executive determine is necessary to enable the preparation of the financial statement that are free from material misstatements, whether due to fraud or error. In preparing the financial statement, the chapter executive is responsible for assessing the association ability to continue as a going concern, disclosing as applicable matters relating to going concern, and using the going concern as basis of accounting, unless chapter executive either intend to liquidate the association or to cease operation, or to have no realistic alternative but to do so. Those charged with the governance are responsible for overseeing the association financial reporting process. Auditor's responsibility for the audit of the financial statement. Our objective are to obtain reasonable assurance about whether the financial statement as a whole are free from material misstatement, whether due to fraud or error, and to issue an auditor's report that include our opinion. Reasonable assurance is a high level of assurance, but is not a guarantee that an audit conducted in accordance with ISAC will always detect a material misstatement when it exists. Misstatements can arise from fraud or error and are considered material if individual or in the aggregate they could reasonably be expected to influence the economic decision of users taken on the basis of these financial statements. As part of an audit in accordance with ISA, we exercise professional judgment and maintain professional skepticism throughout the audit. We also identify and assess the risk of material misstatement of the financial statement, whether due to fraud or error, design and perform audit procedure responsible to those risks, and obtain audit evidence that is sufficient and appropriate to provide a basis for our opinion. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from the fraud is higher than for one resulting from error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omission, misrepresentational, or the override of internal control. Obtain a understanding of the internal control relevant to the audit in order to design audit procedure that are appropriate in the circumstances, but not for the purpose of expressing an opinion on the effectiveness of the association internal control. Evaluate the appropriateness of the accounting policy used and reasonably of accounting estimates and related disclosures made by chapter executive. Conclude on the appropriateness of chapter executive use of the going concern basis for the accounting, and based on the audit evidence obtained, whether a material uncertainty exists related to the event or condition that may cast significant doubt on the association's ability to continue as a going concern. If we conclude that a material uncertainty exists, we are required to draw the attention in our audit report to related disclosure in the financial statement, or if such disclosure are inadequate, to modify our opinion. Our conclusions are based on the audit evidence obtained up to date of our auditor's report. However, future events or condition may cause the association to cease to continue as going concern. Evaluate the overall presentation structure and content of the financial statement, including disclosure and whether the financial statement represents the underlying transaction and event in a manner that achieve fair presentation. Obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence regarding the financial information or business activities of the association to express an opinion on the financial statement. We are responsible for the directions, supervision, and performance of the audit. We remain solely responsible for our audit opinion. We communicate with those charged with the governance regarding, among others, matters, the plan, scope, and timing of the audit and significant audit findings, including any significant deficiency in the internal control that we identify during our audits. Reports on other legal and regulatory requirements. In accordance with the Financial Reporting Council of Nigeria Act 2011 and Company and Limited Act CAMA 2020 as amended, we confirm we have obtained all the information and explanation which, to the best of our knowledge and belief, were necessary for the purpose of the audit. The association has kept proper books of accounts so far as appear for our examination of those books. The association's statement of financial position and the statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income are in agreement with the books of accounts and returns. For Lalekon Jinodu and Co., Chartered Accountants, Lagos, Nigeria, signed engagement partner, Fatomide Abbas Hayobami, FCA, FCTI. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much. If you are a sound professional, you actually want to clap for him because it's not easy to read the auditor's opinion. Somebody like me, if I want to read the auditor's opinion, I will just be saying it from head, but that's not the standard. The standard is to read. Okay, thank you so much. Can we just appreciate the auditor one more time? I want to also place on record that, you know, the way it is. It's not as if we have a kind of office like this where we have staff that keeps our record and they now prepare financial statements. We now send it to auditor according to the standard. Mostly, fire brigade, I will not deceive you, we pressurize them to work overnight to quickly help us with financial. I just need to let you know the way it is. And you agree with me that if you really want to pay the auditor, in fact, our deficit will be times 3 of what we actually have. That's why I said let us appreciate them. Most of them, we don't even give transport coming and going. The firm and the managing partner have been so helpful, and that's why we want to say thank you. The financial statement has been presented by the chairman of the board through other instrumentality of the board, and the auditors has also read to us the opinion of the auditor, and you have it. I know we are tired. I know we need to go and rest, and within the next 10 minutes they will also let us be out of this place, but we will have been done with the comment. So if you have a comment on this financial statements, auditor's report, or activities of the association generally, advice, comment, and the likes, please, you have the floor now. Just raise your hand, you talk to us, and then we move on. So God bless you, sir. Please, you have the floor. And then, please, as you are looking at your writing notes, help us look at the time as well so that we will not be using phone torchlight to see. God bless you, sir. Please, somebody should note it. Okay.
Page 13, that's the auditor's opinion, 7th of March, 2025. So I think that needs to be, because this is 31st December report. Okay. So that's that. Well, the other thing I want to say, already we mentioned it before now, and it has to do with, before I even move into that, there's something also I noticed here too. I can see receivables, and that receivable has been there for, I think it was there until 2024, and also it's still there 2025. I don't know what we are going to do to either recover it or just write it off. So that's that. Then what I wanted to say is it has to do with how we can raise money into the association, because from what I've seen here, the association is seriously struggling to meet up its obligations. And from what I know, we cannot leave it only to the board, because if we leave it to the board alone, it will come to a time when the board might also be so tired, and because we are all human beings. So I want to encourage or advise us that this idea of sponsorship, I think we need to look at it seriously. We should look at it seriously. We have organizations who I believe can help us. Maybe if we start early, and then we also do a lot of work on them. That's one. Well, because I wouldn't want, our society is completely different from the other side we are looking at or we are comparing ourselves with. I know as CFE, there's these ethical responsibilities on our side, but at the same time, I think we need to do it with some kind of, we need to be smart about how we go about it. Then I will also suggest that let's also try as much as possible, if we can do it, do a lot of training. Maybe from training also, we will be able to make some money to the pulse of the association. People can approach some of these organizations, even if they are not certified or ACFE, in as much as we are going to add value to their staff, they might oblige us of these opportunities to train some of their staff. And then also well, I can see that our membership is also very low. I think we need to also work seriously on that. We need to do a lot of membership drive. I have a friend of mine that I'm going to give him this thing given to us by Rablo Woods, just to encourage him to come and be a member. He's a lawyer and just a retired AIG. I'm very sure he'll be interested. So I think we need to do that on our individual capacity. Encourage people to be part of it. Even if you are not CFE, at least being a CFE is something also. So that's what I just want to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. That was a very useful commendation and a comment. For a brief feedback, okay, the association will look into that. We are not saying we don't want sponsorship. In fact, I acknowledge that we have some. That's why you see some logos. But the thing there, which I need to tell us, is that if you look at every one of us, we belong to like 5 or 4 professional bodies. And we are also the leader there. And in those areas, they do conferences, and we are also still the one. So if I can't want to do, we are the one going to borrow money, to dobale for money. CITM want to do, we are still the same. So this set of people are also tired of all of us. And I want to do, we are still the same set of people. So, and if they, even in your office, if you want to go for a conference, they will ask you, pick one out of all. If you are a child accountant, you will not pick ACF, you pick ICANN first. Okay? If you are a lawyer, you pick MBA first. That is what is causing the issue. So many people here are actually sponsoring themselves, even to come for this conference. Most people that will get sponsorship from their office must have forfeited another conferences somewhere. So the conference that they will allow, will be conference they can afford to pay on their own. So the one that will cost them a lot, they will transfer it to the organization. Even subscription. If they say you are entitled to one subscription and you belong to 5, what will happen is that you just let them pay your ICANN, and then you will now be the one that will be paying your others. I am in that shoe, and I understand it very well. And that's why you look at it, we are begging. Now, who are those people that will hold ACFE as an association, as their singular professional body? They are the people that do not find themselves in accountancy world, legal world. There are those people that are staff of maybe ICPC or all these agencies that don't have every other profession. So they are the one, and they will also not want to come and join because they don't want you to know where they work. Now, when it comes to the issue of membership, ACFE does not have problem with membership. And the chapter is not necessary for a chapter to be looking for member, because you cannot be a member of chapter if you are not member of. So our own peculiarity is different. Before you can come to this chapter, you must belong to ACFE International first. It is now, then you now come to chapter, and we now come together. And some people will say they don't want to. Now, in the chapter around the world, we attend this meeting every year. And the next one will be first day of the next conference. And some of us will also be there, because we don't want Nigerian name not to be present on the list, even when it's not convenient. Okay? And we have said, okay, can you help us collect subscription from, as we are collecting international from member, then give it to us. Then some people will say, okay, their subscription is not the same way. Our own is local currency. The other people, we have this peculiarity. Trust us. We've been going for this international meeting since 2011, and we meet every time. So peculiarity is different. And it's not like ICANN. And that's why we don't beg. If you don't pay your subscription, they will remove your name, unlike where you say, register, remove my name and die. But there, they don't send you. Now, most of our colleagues will not want to join, because they don't even want to sit with you until they now find a lot of people have passed CFE exam from Rabu, but they are not interested in coming to chapters meeting. And that's why, in fact, some people will say they never knew that there is a chapter, and we've been shouting all the time. So we will continue. And that's why this board committee has been structured such that there are a lot of people that have been scheduled to sit down and mobilize members who are already ACFE. And by the grace of God, we now have the list of all ACFE members in Nigeria. At the time, Daddy, sir, at the time, we sent mail to them. In fact, some of them will warn us not to send mail to them again. In fact, some of them reported us that we are sending mail to them. How did we get their ACFE member in Nigeria? And when we are traveling for international, that's when we'll be seeing them. In fact, some of them is agidi they will use to even snap with us. They don't want. They want that. So they want to take their lights. Madam, can you just quickly? I hope that help. We'll take all the other things to account.
Other than to just sincerely appreciate this board and the team that has been piloting this affair since as far back as I do know. You have done really well, even with very lean purse. I just want to add to the financial area by saying that, yes, even as members of this chapter, I think it becomes very, very expedient and necessary that we as members who are here, that the chapter sends us reminders of our chapter dues. Because I'm very sure a whole lot of us gets to forget about this. And I don't see any association that functions with that money. We are talking about sponsorship for our programs and all that. It's all about money. So please, the board, as well as the executive, do well to send us constant mails every year, or I think it's monthly dues we usually pay. Please, whatever it is, let us do well to pay as I went due. I personally have not been getting any mail to that effect. So that's why I'm drawing our attention to that. Maybe others have been getting, but please, it's also a way to cushion the effects, the financial effects. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and I want to appreciate you for that. The next thing on the agenda is AOB, and this is a proper AGM. Before any AOB will be accommodated, it means we must have received such notice of AOB at least 7 days before this AGM. And I want to tell you that as at the period of this conversation, we do not have any request for it. So on that note, I would like to bring this AGM to a close. It's proper to allow a member to move motion of adjournment of this AGM to the next AGM as the date will be sent out by the board. And another member will also second the motion. So we want to do this on time before they take their lights. Thank you so much. Motion from any member. Don't look at it whether you have moved motion before or not. Motion. Thank you, sir. Please.
Thank you. Thank you. In the absence of any other discussion at this AGM, I, Dr. Olufemi Badijo, hereby move the motion that for the adjournment of this AGM to the next date.
Okay, thank you so much. You can second.
Yeah. Following the motion for the first action, I, Dr. Bisilu Kolaole, hereby second the motion for the adjournment of the AGM.
Okay, so in that same spirit, motion has been moved, but I want to seek your leave. There's one item that we assume you have done, and that is the appointment of auditor. The auditor have not signified that they are not interested again in serving, meaning they have signified their intention, and it is appropriate to allow board to do that. So let's be proper before somebody will write a petition one time. Can one or two people just say, okay, a board member will move a motion that a board should be allowed to fix, to appoint the auditor and fix the remuneration, then you have already on your feet to. They can be in the venue. I mean, they can be in the venue. It won't affect. And the board is being empowered to do so. We may empower not to do so. We may not do so. You are only empowering the board By the time the motion is moved by the, okay, the president is here, we move the motion that you should authorize us to appoint the auditor and fix their remuneration. That's the only power you are giving us. So we will meet and we'll check whether we want to or we don't want to. But give us the power. But it's the function of AGM to appoint, but it must be delegated to.
Okay, thank you, everybody, professional colleagues. I move the motion that the House empower the board to appoint or reappoint the auditors, as well as to fix their remuneration. I so move.
Okay, so who is seconding? Don't forget that there is a motion on ground that is already carried. So sorry about that. Okay. Okay. Alaji.
I also second the motion that the board should reappoint the auditor and also work on their remuneration. Thank you.
This motion has been moved and seconded, and I don't believe there is any contrary motion on ground. Then I activate the previous motion for the adjournment of this again. So far, there's no other contrary opinion that we should not leave here. Then that motion is carried. We request the honor of, where is that madam? She's still there. Madam, please help us pray and put us in the hands of the Lord. Anytime I need money to eat, I come to your house. Please come up. Your name, don't worry about your vast activity.
My name is Elizabeth Asher. Let's pray. Our most excellency, Jehovah God, we want to say thank you. We want to thank you from the first day being 15 to today being 17. We thank you, Lord, for an age-free conference. We thank you for the AGM. We thank you for our board. We thank you for the birthday of your son that you made it to be today. We thank you, O Lord, for all the blessing that you have bestowed upon us. We ask, O God, for wisdom, for direction. We ask, O God, that you will increase us on every side, financially, O God, and in numbers. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you so much. Yes, the other time we were talking about the issue of Zenith Bank, that this is after AGM. This is just a commentary. They did well for us, and we promised that we want to visit them. The current president has vowed and pledged to President, sir. President, sir. So the president will lead the team of people to visit Zenith Bank for what they have been doing for us. And I still wish that the president look into Financial Reporting Council and Rablewood that also identify with us. Please, let's visit them to say thank you. And if we have some souvenir from the conference, let's send to their managing or whoever is the status of the head of that unit or the organization. And we don't need any approval again than to just do it. God bless you, sir. So that was the end of the AGM. Thank you so much.